Hadi be olsun, B tier. Yekta kusura bakmasın.
Buraya spor geldi. Şampiyon oldular zaten. Ama bence A'dır ya.
Bir 6-5 arasında gidip gelirler.
Bana bu takım geldi, ismini söylemiyorum. Bence B.
B, bence de B.
B'ye koyuyorum.
Bana direkt geldi. Yani S'e yapıştırıyorum bunu.
Ulfe Spor. Ivy Nereis.
Buraya spor son elemeyi birinci bittiler, o yüzden A'yı koyuyorum.
Ulefeyspor, Eren'in katılmasıyla başta biraz kötü gidişat olabilir. Takım uyumu olur büyük ihtimalle. Offline'da da iyi oynayacaklarını düşünüyorum. Onları A tier'a koyuyorum.
TMBA Spor.
TMB, yabancı ekip, C tier.
Beşiktaş Getso. Finale çıkan her takım A tier'dir ya. B, C tier takım yoktur.
Kara bence S tier.
Jetco. Bence şampiyonluğa aday her takım S tier takımdır.
Falcon.
Şey yapar. Direkt S yapıştır.
Falcon
S.
S yani.
Burada da
bence
S.
direkt S tartışmasız. Adamlar global zaten.
Sırada Ulf var.
Aynen.
İlk 8'de de şey
Koy
yapabilirler. O
bence de
yüzden
A ile S arası. Şu anki şeylerine göre bence öyle.
koyacağım, evet.
Bana TNB geldi. Bunlarla main fight'ımız var. Sevmiyorum, o yüzden C'ye koyuyorum.
Bana eski takım S geldi. Bunları da koyuyorum S'e.
Bana da istucu geldi. Baykuşlar uçmayı seviyor. Tepeye koyalım.
Beşiktaş Getso geldi. Ben oyunlarını iyi buluyorum bu arada da. Bence onlar da A.
Ivy Next Rüya. Bence şu an A'dalar yani.
Evet, Jetco'ya Sports geldi. Yine aynı Ano'ya koyduğum gibi koyacağım. Çünkü onlar da sonuncu olacağını falan düşünmüyorum yani.
Ama
Yine ilk 8'e
şeyleri-
girerler. İlk 8'e girmeyi potansiyeli var, o yüzden koyacağım yani. Girebilirler. A da olabilir, B de, ikisinin arasında yani.
Asgari spor ön elemeden geldiler, şu an gayet iyi ilerliyorlar. B'ye koyuyorum.
S2G Spor bilmiyorum daha yani gidişat iyi değil gibi. B'ye koyuyorum.
Süpermasif, papara.
Fenerbahçe Spor. Ne yapalım?
Nasıl hissettiriyor sana? Bırak beni.
B'ye koydum ya. Falcons. En tehlikeli takımlardan bir tanesi. S tier atalım abi.
Bence B'dir yani.
C.
Bence B'dir.
Fenerbahçe.
TNB geldi. Onları ben
C.
beğenmiyorum hiç. Oynayışlarını.
Buraya spor. Bence tam
Koyulabilir
ortaya
yani.
koyalım buraya.
İda Sports geldi. İda Sports da yani hem S ve A arasında bir takım. O yüzden onları da S'e koymayacağım ama ikisinin
Sağa doğru
arası
koyayım
yani.
biraz.
Ya da şöyle koyayım.
Aynen
Evet.
gözükmüyor.
Sup. Sup'u
Bence-
bence buraya koyalım.
Bana XS geldi.
Ortaya bir yere koy.
B'dir. Şuralar.
XS Esports. C'ye koyuyorum. Yani bence X orası.
Sırada Fenerbahçe Sports var. İlk 8'e girebilir yani, potansiyeli var o yüzden.
Evet, olabilir. Regnum Karya.
Legacies diye.
Regi S'e koyuyorum.
Legacies diye.
Global zaten yine.
Ano'yu spor, Ano'yu B'ye koyuyorum.
Jetco Spor A'ya koyacağım. Cidden son günü dominasyon yaptılar.
Regnum Karya. Direkt
S,
S tier
direkt
yani
S,
tartışmaya gerek yok.
Asgard. B ya.
B
bence.
evet bu. S2G.
A'ya koy ya istersen. Ya da ikisinin arasına direkt buraya koyabilirsin.
Şöyle yapsak
Aynen.
olur.
Papara Supermassive. Papara Supermassive. Yani Liga Şampiyonası 2. sırasına S tier'e koyuyorum.
Asgard. Bence onlar da iyi.
Ivy NRX. Bence offline'larda yine farklı oynayacaklarını düşünüyorum, o yüzden S tier.
IVNRX. Performansı baz alırsak bence direkt A tier.
Bence de.
Yani IVNRX B'ye düşecek bir takım değil ya.
İyi de.
İda Espor. Bence direkt S tier. İda yani tartışmaya gerek yok. Anartosis Esports. Anartosis Famagusta. Ben direkt C'ye atıyorum.
At abi.
Yani iyi olsalar bile bizim takımlar kadar bir vurucu güçleri yoktu zaten ya, izlediğimiz kadarıyla maçları da.
Bana da Kara Esport geldi.
S.
Ama teşekkür ederim.
Bana bura geldi. Sence? Bence de.
Bana İda Esport geldi.
Ivy Nerix. Abi bana çok sıkıntılı takımlar geldi ya.
IVS'tir ya.
Ivy de S'tir ya. Ivy'dir.
Bana Reg geldi. Hiç konuşmaya gerek.
Kara. Kara en
Kara da
tehlikeli
S
takımlardan bir tanesi. S tier.
Sırada Beşiktaş Esport var. Bence onları B'ye koyalım ya direkt.
B aynen. S2G Spor. S2G'de kararsızım.
Araya koyabilirsin bence. S ve A arasında yazıyor yani. S arasına koyayım. Tamam, öyle koyacağım o zaman.
Fenerbahçe spor. İlk elemede güzel geçirdiler ama ikincide
İde Spor Eren'in gitmesiyle matkap geldi. İda'nın oturmuş bir oyunu var. Her türlü yine iyi oynarlar bu turnuvayı. A tier.
Papara Supermasif. Onlar da şu anda iyi gidiyor, o yüzden A'ya koyuyorum.
Bana Asgard geldi. Şuralar falan. Şu anda.
Aynen her şey yapabilirim. Ulf. Ulf'u da S tier atalım. Değerlendirmeye gerek yok.
Jetko geldi.
A'ya koy ya, chat koydur. Smash iyidir ya. Smash abimiz.
Sırada biz geldik. Papara Supermassive.
Bence
A direkt. Ben kendimizi A olarak görüyorum yani. Direkt ben ilk 5 olarak.
Asgard Espor, Asgard.
B'ye
Bence
koyalım.
B'ye koyalım yani.
B'ye koyalım. Sırada Kara Esports var. Onları da direkt ben, onları da yine araya koyacağım. Şöyle. S ve A arası.
Sonunda da TMB kaldı.
Şimdi bence C.
TMB bence de C.
C.
TMB. Main fight'ımız var. Direkt C.
Ivy Extra'ya onları da A'ya koyuyorum. Şu anda iyi gidiyorlar.
Falcon son şampiyon. Son şampiyonu STR'dan başka hiçbir yere koyamayız. Jetko.
B gibi geliyor. Vuruş
Bence
güçleri
de.
iyi ama Karaya Spor.
İkisinin ortası
Hak
ya.
ediyor değil mi?
Aynen. Biz Beşiktaş Getso. Direkt buraya değil mi?
Bence direkt.
İlk ses. Şimdi onlar da yine ATV'de.
Fenerbahçe.
Bence şampiyonluğa iddiaları var onların da.
Bence de var.
Şampiyonluğa iddiaları.
Evet, o yüzden S'e koyduk.
TMB.
Yapma ya. TMB'ye A'ya mı koydun? Braille Spor. Zaten Braille Spor ligi birinci bitirdi. O yüzden direkt S'e koyuyorum. Hak ediyorlar.
S2G Esports. Hani bunu da A ile S arasında koyuyorum bence. Bunu ilk defa biz yaptık galiba. Daha önceki videolarda görmedim ama.
Buraya spor.
3 ayda bence çok güzel bir uyum yakalamışlar. Bence A tier, net ve S'e doğru gidiyor. Asgard Esports, D yok maalesef.
UF spor.
Bence S tier bir takım ya.
Olabilir abi.
Bana ilk ses geldi. Yapacağım bir şey.
Yok, o kadar daha bakmıyorum bence. B tiere koyalım. Bana Falcon geldi. Geçen bütün şampiyonu. Direkt bence S tier.
Bana Asgard geldi.
Beşiktaş Getso. Şu anda çok iyi gidemiyorlar bence. O yüzden B'ye koyuyorum.
Biz XL Spor. Yorumsuz ya. Kendimizi C'ye koyuyorum.
Kara Espor. Onları da A'ya koyuyorum.
TMB.
C'ye koy abi.
C. Yalnız kalmayalım.
İlk ses.
C.
Bence de.
Anlatayım.
Onlar A hakkıdır bence.
Evet.
Falcon. S'e koyarım ben.
S. Evet S.
Falcon. Sadece baktırayım
İda Spor. İda Spor. S takım.
Biz,
Bizi C'ye at ya.
evet biz C'yiz. Beklum Karya'nın C'si. Karya'nın C'si.
Anartosiz. Anartosiz ben B'ye atıyorum.
ULF, PMV'ye çıktıkları için onlar da STR takım bence. STR turnuva oynadılar sonuçta.
Abi Regnum kar ya. Konuşmaya gerek yok.
Rey var mı konuşmaya?
Zwof da güzel uydu. S diye.
Papara Supermassive.
Abi.
Papara Supermassive A tier.
Abi Falcon.
Ama Falcon'da dünya şampiyonluğu da var.
Abi S.
S gider ya. Jetko Esports. Benim şahsi fikrim, ben çok beğeniyorum. Oyuncularını, vurucu gücü.
Kara Espor.
A ile S arasında. Şu şekil koyuyorum.
Bana Ulf geldi.
Rica ederim. Biz.
Fenerbahçe geldi bana. Fenerbahçe'yi de A mı S mi? Bence A'ya koyalım.
A. Bence de A. Valla bana sup geldi.
Ama Beşiktaş Getso geldi. Onlar da ligde iyilerdi. Ama S tier değiller bence.
Fark etmez. Bana Jetko geldi. B tier olduklarını düşünüyorum.
Sen koy B'ye koy bitirelim.
Bugün takımları sıralayacağız hep birlikte. Başla istersen direkt Akif sen.
Ben mi başlayayım? Tamam.
Aynen sen başla direkt.
Ivy RX var bende. Ben bunları A tier'e koyacağım. Yani uzun zamandır başarıları yok çünkü.
Bra var. Bu son aşamada güzel oynadılar vallahi, çocukları domine etti. Ben B diyeceğim.
Asgard geldi. Ben de B'ye koyacağım yani. Tecrübeleri olmadığı için B'ye koyuyorum. Yani
Beşiktaş Getso.
Fenerbahçe Esports. Şu an PMSL'de çok iyi gitmiyorlar. Bence B.
Aynen B ya, şu an o kadar iyi değil. İlk ses bence A olur ya. A.
A'ya koy.
Gelecek vaat ediyor.
Regnum Karya. You think they're us?
Ben de XX var. B'ye koyacağım.
BGK.
Braille Spor STR'e koyamayacağım ama bence iddialılar şu anlık. O yüzden A'ya koydum.
Kara Esports.
Team Falcon mecbur S diyorum yani.
Ulf.
Lige göre mi yapıyoruz şimdi, genel mi?
Başa koysana.
Fenerbahçe.
Bence A'ya.
A'ya koyduk.
My team is next to Ria. I think they're not an S-tier team.
Anatosis Famagustas. I guess we can finish. We can fight for a good top and finish between the big teams.
This is Wolfie Sports. They didn't show their potential good. Or maybe A for the finals.
And S2G, I think they're going to play good.
Yes. And now the next one is us, the
C.
noisy boys.
C directly.
Probably here.
And
or maybe there.
XS, I think C.
I got Asgard.
B tier? Yeah, B tier. Don't underestimate them.
Karaespor. Direkt çok C'ye koydum.
Asgard Esports. Ben tam ortasına koymak istiyorum. Olur mu?
B de olur, B de bozmaz.
Bozmaz mı?
Bozmaz.
Tamam.
İses Asgard'la eşdeğer şu anlık benim için. Yekta'm yalpaladı.
TMB. Yani aslında pek bir şey söylemeye gerek yok.
Bence de.
S2G. A'ya koyuyorum ben. Zaten ya şu an güncel bir başarıları yok. Ama iyi takımlar bence.
Jetko. Yine yani tecrübe olmadığı için.
XS. C'ye koyacağım. İnşallah daha da yükselirler yani.
Falcon geldi.
Sen şaka mı ya?
STR'e koyacağım.
Koy baba.
Koysana şunu.
My next team is Wolf. You know what they're capable of. S-tier team.
XS, new roster. They are playing together for a short time. I think they have great players, but they still need more synergy to finish in tier A team.
Fenerbahce. I mean, they made it to the final, so A tier?
Yeah. Kara.
I mean, A has to be good. What is that?
In the middle.
Between A and B? Not bad.
Sup şu an gayet güzel oynuyor.
Sup bayağı iyi. S'e bile koyulurdu ama şu an A ya.
Sup'u S'e koyardım ama bence A.
A aynen. Ivy RX, yani B
gibi.
diyebiliriz aynen.
İda Esports. İda ben bayağı beğeniyorum İda'yı. Bütün turnuvaları da iyi oynuyorlar. O yüzden S'ye koyuyorum.
Aynen S.
Asgard. Genç yetenekler sürpriz yaratabilir bence.
Yaratabilirler de bir tane oyuncular oynamıyor diye biliyorum. Braespor.
C'ye koyalım bence bize.
Tamam.
Karaespor.
Kara bence S tier gider.
Ben Kara'yı lig aşamasına göre yorumlamak istemiyorum.
My next team is Jetco. They won't compete for the championship.
Next one, S2G. For the history and everything, they still a tier A team.
Hakları.
Yani geçen sezon şampiyon oldular PMSL'de.
İda Esports. Ne yapacaklar bilmiyorum. Ben şu ana göre sıralama yapıyorum. O yüzden A'ya koyacağım İda'yı.
Bende TMB var. Bunları da B'ye koyacağım. Daha şeyi hak eden bir takım olmadı.
I have Falcons.
The next one is Anarthasis. They play good, to be honest. In league stages, also group stage. They're gonna be in B probably.
Beşiktaş, I think they're going to be in B.
Çıkıyor Kara. Okay, this is Kara. They are good players, but they are not the... I don't think it's the best. They will be here.
Supermassive, they play very well. I think A.
S2G S tier'e koyacağım.
Beşiktaş Getso.
Regnum Karya çok şanslılar. S tier. Çok konuşmaya gerek yok.
Fenerbahçe.
A bence.
A konuşmaya gerek yok orada.
My next team.
Next team, Bra. They show a so great performance in knockout stage, and they will come out with a good confidence for the finals. So I think they can show something different for the final.
Anortus Espor. Bunlar da
Bence C. Kara Esports. Kara beğendiğim bir takım. Vuruş gücü olarak bayağı iyiler.
S ya S. Kara S.
Koydum.
TMB Espor. Yani ben çok beğenmiyorum açık söyleyeyim.
Ben de çok
O
beğenmiyorum.
yüzden yani hatta C'nin şey takımı diyebilirim TMB'ye.
S2G Esports. S2G şu anda kötü gidiyor. Bence S ama şu an A.
Şu an A aynı.
Hayır, Regnum Kara.
Tamam, tamam S.
Yani direkt gözüm kapalı S yani.
Direkt S. TMB. Abi C'ye koyacağım ben. Neden bilmiyorum ama C yani içimden öyle geçti. C'ye koydum.
Uf geldi. Ama yine A diyeceğim ya. Aynen.
Famagusta. Valla çocuklar güzel oynuyor kanka şu an. B'ye diyor.
Sonralılar bir de.
Tamam B'ye koyalım o zaman.
My next team is Kara Esports. They're a really strong team. They have good individual players, but I think that it's a good spot for them.
My next team is Besiktas. I don't really felt like they were. I don't know. I didn't felt their presence in the knockouts in the league. I think they can be a tier B team, but I don't know. They can surprise everyone.
Next team, Papara Supermassive.
Next row, they're gonna be on B, I guess. Asgard, B. Jetgo, or Jetgo? Maybe the toughest here.
Peki, bende anortosis var. A da değil, S de değil, B diyeceğim ya.
Değil mi?
Ha.
Bende Revim Kare var. Tartışmasız direkt S tier.
Aynen. Papara, Supermassive, bunlar da çok yönelik şey yani. S diyemem ama net A'lar.
Bende de Jetko var. B'ye koyacağım.
Okay.
BGK. I would say B.
Around there. I got the Noisy Boys.
It's Mozart played. Not good. Papara Supermassive. They can play very well.
I got XS.
Falcon var. Tecrübe. Ben direkt S koyacağım ya. Her zaman finallerde iş yapıyorlar.
Asgard var. Asgard Espor. Sevkan'ın hatırına araya koyacağım.
Koy bakayım. Fenerbahçe var. Bence o ilk hype'ları yok şu anda kadronun. Asgard gibi aslında tam arası diyorum ben ama.
Bence de tam arası.
O zaman tam şöyle yapıştırdım, şuraya koydum.
Bende Wolf var. Wolf'u direkt ben S'e koyuyorum.
I have anortosis
Yeah,
because they play
güzel.
good league stage.
Bende alan ortasına kafa atan takım var. Gösterdikleri performans için buraya koymak zorundayım bunları. Bilet.
Kara.
What do you think?
I put S bro, fuck it.
Papara Supermassive. A diyeceğim. Umut olarak.
Beşiktaş Getso.
Son takım Karaespor. Bunlar da A.
Asgard Espor. Yani şu anlık bu aşamada öyle yani biraz sallantılıydı.
B'ye koyuyoruz. Bra Esports. Bra da bu aşamayı bayağı iyi oynadı. Bra'yı da beğeniyorum. Güzel oyuncuları var. O yüzden S'ye koyuyorum.
Team Falcons. Yani şu an kötü gidiyor olabilir ama bence S'lik yani takım S.
I think we know they can be somewhere here also. They showed it.
Ida Sports. I think without Iren they can show something good, but at the same time they can be a choke. I think they can be somewhere here.
My next team, Fenerbahce, still with good individual and experienced player. In knockout stage they didn't do as I expected them to do, but I think in the finals they're gonna be really strong, so I'll put them in the S side.
Second one.
And the Falcon, they are the best.
C. Silas.
BRA, I think they're going to play good. A.
Ida Esports. Probably on A also. One of the goodest team also, to be honest.
Fenerbahce, I think B.
Wolf Esports. Wolf şu anda sallantılı gidiyor. Bu aşamayı da kötü geçirdiler ama bence yine A'yı hak ediyor.
Aynen. RG Spor. Bence yani direkt S. Yani konuşulacak
Direkt
çok
konuşmaya gerek yok. Yani. Jetgo Esports. Bizi nereye koyayım?
Biz koy C'ye ya.
C'ye koyayım.
İda.
Ivy next ro'ya adil olması lazım.
Falcon. S tier.
Rauf ya büyük faktör. Papara Supermassive. Bence A'ya koyalım.
Regnum Karya.
Oo. Onu da S'e koymamız lazım bence.
S tier. Üçünün yanına yakışır yani.
TMB. Bence Asgard'ın yanına koymamız lazım.
Bence de Asgard'ın yanına koyalım.
Asgard'ın bunun olmasının en büyük sebebi offline tecrübelerinin olmaması.
Bir de bir oyuncuları oynamayacakmış diye biliyorum.
Okay.
Okay, we got Bra Esports. I mean, they got top 1 knockout stage, so just put them A tier.
Yeah, I got Ida Esports.
Nah, like between A and S.
Okay.
Regnum, Karya. They're really good, very consistent. Okay.
I got next row.
Yeah.
Put them between.
Yeah, same as Ida. Jetgo Esports. Did they win PMSL Turkey? They still played good in PMSL, man. Put them A.
S2G.
Oh, we have no space. Put it there. Ulf Esports, our friends, our homies.
Yep.
S tier. They played EWC, they did good.
Ano Esports.
The GOAT RGL.
Can I put them here?
Oh yeah, all the way on top.
My last team, it's the Noisy Boys. To be one of the strongest team of the lobby in the finals.
My last team is Asgard. Good team also, but I think in the finals I will go next to TNB.
Ben de Nexia var. Ben de S'e koyuyorum Nexia'yı.
I have Jedgo. I think A. They not so bad.
Ben de Fenerbahçe var, direkt S'e koyuyorum bunu.
Bra. In between. Let's say here.
Pura.
We got Falcon.
Yeah. Put them here.
They're so bad. Here. They have big ego, man. Come on.
ULF Sport geldi bana da. A tier'e koyacağım.
Aa iyidir. XS var bende. C koymayalım. C'de bir tek karo olsun.
Tamam.
B koyalım.
Ivy Nexus'a geldi bana da.
Erdem'e respect.
Beşiktaş Getso geldi. Ya Beşiktaş Getso bence potansiyelini hiç yansıtamayan bir takım yani. Tam bir B takımı.
Anorthosis. Bir Falcon değiller.
Jetco.
Sup. A tier.
Ivy Nix Rüya.
Bir şey diyemiyorum.
Bazen
Adamlar
düşündürüyor
iyi
ama.
ya. Ulf Esports. Yani bizim klasik totemlerden şu TRC's koyalım şuraya.
Son olarak İda Esports.
Oldu yani, adamlar stabil ilerliyor.
Fenerbahçe Espor. C bence. Bizce.
Bende İda var. İda'yı da ben direkt S'e koyuyorum. Bende Asgard var. Asgard'ı C'de yer kalmadığı için A'ya koyuyorum.
I have S2G. My favorite team.
Yeah.
S2G. Bence A.
Ama uyum yakalayacaklarını düşünüyorum ya yöntemlerinde. Beşiktaş Getso. Ne TNB seviyesi,
Aynen,
ne bu seviye yani.
Anorthosis. Kanka Beşiktaş'ın yanına konulur
Aynen.
ortaya bence.
Onu oraya koyalım. XS Espor. Tam olarak BTL'e koyuyorum.
Aynen. Jetco kaldı. Nedense yine Beşiktaş Getso ile Anorthosis ortasına aynı yere.
Tam buraya yapıştır bence.
Aynen. Takım içi uyumu iyi. Ama bu takımların yanında da şey olduğunu düşünüyorum.
Bana TNB Spor geldi. B'ye koyacağım. Yani
Koy.
B gibi.
Biraz sürpriz bir takım onlardan. Bra Espor bence ilk 5'ine zorlayacak bir takım.
Hidayet Sport geldi bana da.
Şuraya yapıştır işte, tam ortaya yapıştır. Aynen. En sona S2G kaldı. A değil mi? Bence de A. A'ya koyalım.
Hello and welcome back to the PMSL Europe. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We had twists and turns yesterday. We set it all up at the start of the day. Everything was going according to plan. And then the bottom of the tables decided to kick into second gear. We're going to be heading into today's games and hopefully bringing you all the action as well. It is going to be thrilling, I'm sure. And at the end of the day, we're going to set that smash rule boundary. So everything's still to play for.
Yeah, it's going very, very quickly, actually, all things considered. I was very, very surprised by how fast things are going. But going into today should be good. We had, like you said, a lot of upsets yesterday, a lot of interesting teams that weren't doing particularly well, suddenly having some good games. S2G turning it on right at the end of the day. Like I said, I think that was a big morale boost for them. Saw them all hugging and cheering, which is necessary, especially when you've had such a terrible groups and knockout stage. I think a little bit of that from the home crowd can do you absolute wonders. But today, like you say, we will be figuring out where that smash zone will be. Right now, Ulf looks like they're the closest to be setting it in the future. But with so many different teams stepping up from so many different portions of the tables, kind of hard to predict.
Yeah, absolutely. You imagine that in general, you expect a first place team to be around a 10-point average, which would put you at 120 points at the end of the day. So the expected boundary that I'm thinking about is around that 130 mark. And with Rondo, that could go a lot higher. Obviously, Ulf right now on 65. If you double that, that would be 130, and then the boundary would be 140. But it's that sort of number that we're looking at the start of tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see because today's games still need to be played. Of course, there is, as you say, Ulf way out in the lead, but Regnum Kaya fairly consistent yesterday, able to get a couple of really strangely effective rotations in a couple of those circles, and managing to thread the needle a couple of times. Very strangely interesting stuff. Yeah, well, several times I saw them send through the middle of a few things.
Yeah, there was actually some pretty cool moments from Regnum Kaya in terms of their rotations. Like you say, like honestly, getting some of those rotations not easy, but that takes practice. It takes discipline. It takes reading the circle well.
Takes Silas.
Information gathering. It does take Silas. Yeah, I would boil it all down to, Silas, cool. But yes, I think that it's definitely some cool rotates coming through from Regnum Kaya. It felt like, I don't want to say sandbagging in the groups and knockout stages, but this is a very different Regnum Kaya to what we saw over yesterday matches.
It has been a lot more performant, obviously, and we were looking at consistency over those group stages and sort of wondering about a couple of teams. They have found that first day nice and strong. A first place, 2 second places, a third place as well. Nice record to have, and that second place is well deserved. A team that, when we talk about consistency coming into this one, it was Papua Supermassive, right? Who were sort of the kings of consistency when it came to their performance both in the league and knockout stages. They did have that massive blast out day back in the league stage to top the tables there. But yesterday, not as effective.
Still some good games, though. I think overall, when you watch Papua Supermassive, some of their rotates, their positioning, it didn't look terrible. It really did not look terrible. Karo have a big fan base here. Karo, the one that's eclipsing over on S2G side. So you got both sides of the arena. Do you feel sort of bad for the people underneath the flag right now, Joe?
They're just trying to call their mum. They're just having a good time with the audience. They're like, oh, they've covered me up. That's a terrible view. I'm sure it's all in good fun. Maybe they cleared out that area. You could see not all the fans in just yet, although the seats are very, very full now. And of course, with the weekend kicking off, more people are going to be able to get there nice and early for things to begin. And there we go. Finally, they're uncovered. He is actually on the phone. Look at him. He is actually on the phone, and they've just been shaking a flag over his head. What's that about?
Yeah, he had things to do, right? He had things to get up to. Got to call in the troopers. We need more support here for S2G. I also think that were they like punching the flag there from underneath? Is that how they make that billowing effect?
No, they're just all shaking it like you did in primary school with that big parachute. That was great fun.
I don't think anyone remembers that.
That's a UK core.
That's a UK core memory right there.
Yeah.
We used to have like the done thing in the UK in primary school was some guy brought in a big parachute. I guess it was a big parachute. It was like massive.
Like a big circle of rainbow cloth, right? And you'd all just like shake it, and then you'd all throw it up in the air, and then all climb underneath it, and it'd be like a big tent, and you'd all have a great time. That would be one of our PE lessons. Goodness me.
That's not what we did. So what we did, we played sharks. Did you ever play sharks?
Oh yeah, where one person's underneath. Yeah.
Yeah, and they just drag you under. You get like flung, and now you're a shark. Who do you get next? I don't really know what the goal of that game was, because eventually everyone just gets dragged under.
Violence, I think.
You're just waiting to see who gets dragged under next. Which is what we're doing here. We're waiting to see who's going to get dragged under in the leaderboards overall. Look at our tournament format and how things have panned out over the past 3 weeks. It's been a little bit of time, right? But we've had the group stages. We dropped a few teams from there. Then went to knockout stages. Slightly less matches, only 5, so it was a bit of a quicker job. We went down to 20 teams and now down to 16. So every week we dropped 4 teams, and now we're here in the finals, battling out to see who will be taking home that 35 grand.
Absolutely, it is a nice prize, but the bigger prize that sits behind it is, of course, that PMGC gauntlet spot that everybody is salivating at the prospect of. It is much more favorable to going into the gauntlet than it is to the group stages. So even if you're winning your regional point table, which several teams have the opportunity to, you do want to be getting top 3 here. And if you want to get in the top spot, one of the ways you can do that is with the smash rule. After today, we will be setting our score boundary. So say that it's 120 points for whoever's in first place. Add 10 to that, it would sit at 130. That would be our smash score target. If a team hits the target, and after hitting that target, get a chicken dinner, they win. No other extra rules. Doesn't matter if there's anyone with more points than you. If you've hit that target and then you get a chicken dinner after you've hit that target, you win the whole shebang and a gauntlet spot.
And here is our calendar for today. Obviously, yesterday it's exactly the same. We're not changing anything here, keeping things very consistent throughout the entirety of the finals. But we will be starting off on Rondo into 3 Erangels and then capping off the day over on Miramar. And finally, one more, Miramar. I think Miramar was a nice one to finish on yesterday, because it's a bit of a weird one where I think the Erangel is nice, does require a lot of strong rotations, but more than ever, I think Miramar, it's a tough map to end on, right? Because it's massive rotations you to make, interesting little movements you have to go for as things are panning out on such a huge map, especially because we keep having these really southern playing paths, which are tough to work with. Here are our qualified teams for the grand finals, and every single one of them, I would say, have done something here and there. Maybe not IWNRX. I think that's the only one I'd probably count out.
I mean, they had a little bit of a glimmer of hope during the league stages. They were up into 3rd place there, but they really fell from grace during the knockout stages. And yesterday, that story continued, right? 16th place, 19 points. It needs a big revitalization. But I think, you're right. Everybody else has had those little moments. Exley, even with that final afterburn in the league stages to just about make it out into the knockout stages, and now here into the finals as well. I would maybe put Anathosis Famagusta in the same category as IWNRX, potentially, as a team that hasn't really done anything loud. But during the knockout stages, I suppose they had their moments.
Yeah, I think during the knockout stages, Anathosis, Famagusta are pretty good. Again, I do think that they're struggling a little bit from what IWNRX struggled with last season, where they have one very strong player in default, and then the rest of the team is trying to kind of build around that momentum. I think that's what's tough about it. Still, they are an aggressive team. I don't think mechanically they're terrible. I think that's the good thing about Anathosis Famagusta. Yes, you have this one really big star player, but overall, I do think that for the boys on Anathosis, still doing fairly well.
I mean, they're certainly putting up a strong performance, and I think a performance in a place where perhaps teams maybe a little bit less expected than they would. Obviously, default having a big impact there. Ragnazada as well was doing a couple of tricky maneuvers yesterday, so we'll hopefully look out for more of that, please, today. Coming into it, they do have a little bit of a way to climb, though, because in 13th place, they are fairly close to the bottom of those tables, right? Although it is fairly smooth on the points curve, right? For 28 points in 13th place, you give them 10 more points, they're tied in fourth place with the Falcons, right? So it is very much still a volatile game. It's still a lot to play for, and we still have the majority of our matches left to cover. And if you're going to earn a lot of points, the place to do it is on our first match in Rondo.
We got a lot of points coming through yesterday on Rondo. And I think that it was a lot of points, but it was spread across many different teams. We didn't have like a banger of a performance from any one singular team coming through on Rondo. It was Erangel, actually, where we saw the majority of our points coming out from for Ulf with 27 points total, with 17 eliminations on that match, which was fairly impressive, to be honest with you, John. Hoping to see more of that today. I think you made a good point yesterday where you were saying that, look, for Ulf, maybe it hasn't been the greatest day in the world, but I do think that in terms of having those breakout performances, then just some consistent results throughout the rest of the day, if they can do something similar over day 2, I would have a good hope that they make it into tomorrow. To a high placing, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something they're going to be thinking about, as with all our teams. I think a team that kind of surprised us being up in the top 3 here is Besiktas, right? Obviously kicking off with a chicken dinner on Rondo, but maintaining fairly steady point scoring across the day. They did have a couple of dips, but their medium games are pretty powerful, I think, compared to like what we've seen from quite a lot of other teams. And I think that's where tournaments kind of are what can be won or lost, right? Is on your middle performance games. Your middle and low performance games are where it really, really matters in terms of how you're going to be able to extract point value from those games. There's a lot of focus on chicken dinners, right? And obviously they are a big factor. You can earn a lot of points in one go, and in certain situations that might be what you need. But I keep harping on about consistency, about raising the point mark by adding to those middling games.
Yeah, there's certainly, I think for Besiktas though, you know, they got 19 points off of their first game of the day, which was on Rondo. So that's 19 points out of their 42. So almost half of their points were earned on that first game. And I think that that's important because that Rondo wasn't too difficult for them to win out. They had chosen the right space on the side of the map. They had so much room to work with. A lot of the teams were battling amidst one another to try and get towards that end game. And for Besiktas, that was sort of cleanup. So I think that it's somewhat lucky. And then you have 2 games that they had that day with 0 points. Nothing at all. And then I think the other highest elimination game they had was 6. So that's only a slight worry for me. Which is why I think that when I look at the Team Falcons, for instance, I have higher hopes in them. So 8th place, 4 elims, 4th place, 3 elims, 16th place, 1 elim, so we avoid the 0-point game. 2nd place, 12, 10th with 3, and 10th with 4 again. So it's just getting Team Falcons through towards that end game that might help them out. But yeah, I think that's a much more promising scoreline at 38 points than Team Besiktas with 42. But yeah, we'll see.
It's yeah, I would agree that the Falcons demonstrating a lack of 0-point games is real nice stuff. Hey, what are they supposed to be on the stage? What's going on there? They're sitting down with their Infinix GT30s, having a game of PUBG Mobile, relaxing, chilling. Goodness me, looking good in the suits though.
Absolutely. We saw him trying to get away with stealing a trophy earlier, which he tends to do quite often. I'm surprised they keep inviting him back.
Yeah, they need to set a ring around it, a no sandstorm zone around that trophy. It's seems to be a recurring occurrence. There you go, a recurrence even. You know what? Should we play some PUBG Mobile?
Yes, we could do.
I think we should do that because I'm seeing that there's a lobby actually loaded in. We'll be taking a look at that fairly soon because we're going to look at the overall rankings first.
I'm doing the hosting now.
I've already done it now. What are you going to do about it?
How dare you?
Oh dear.
But yeah, we're ready with the overall rankings. You talk me through it then. Go on.
Oh, well, Ulf at the top, they have 66. Okay, I thought they had 65, but either way, they are having a good time there at the top of the tables. 58 points behind them is Regnum Kaya. They're looking to chase them down, and that's what the story will be for me today. Are Ulf going to be able to carry on this massive performance that they had in day one?
Yeah, I mean, Regnum Kaya, certainly a really, really strong team. I am putting a lot of backing behind this squad. I think it's a very, very strong squad. I think Silas also genuinely just a nice guy, it seems, from everything we've seen in the past. I mean, even last spring, getting his dad out and them getting emotional about that was quite sweet to see. You like to see some emotions from the players because a lot of times you don't. You either see anger or elation in between losing a game or winning. Jekko, also interesting team for me right now. Don't know too much about the players personally, but it is cool to see them at 33 points, considering their performances throughout the league stage. And then it was almost a final hurrah in their knockouts to get them into those finals. So very, very cool stuff. Xlay, one chicken dinner with, oh my God, one chicken dinner and 10 placement points.
Yeah.
So that's all they've had yesterday is just that one chicken dinner for placements. Yeah. Ooh, that's rough.
And most of those Elim points came from that game as well. It was a 7 Elim chicken dinner, which means that 17 of their 23 points were earned in that one game. So only 6 points earned on the rest of the day. 5 of them were in Rondo as well. So they only got 1 point on our normal maps outside of their chicken dinner.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting. But Rondo should be here shortly. I believe, at least.
Have I been baited by this? Because I did say that it looked like we might have a game ready. Because I'm looking at our map feed, I'm seeing a Rondo with 64 players in it running around right now. And everyone in the crowd is sat down. You can see every seat has a bum. You know, we're sitting everyone. And I'm sure they'll be standing up fairly soon in support of whichever team they so choose. At the moment, I think we're over the Kara zone of the states, of their standings. The stands, there we go. And they will hopefully support their team. Kara, during the course of yesterday, they had like one good game. And then outside of that, really weren't super great. So hopefully they can please their crowd a little bit more today.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious of why Kara has such a abnormally large following.
People like it. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so. I think maybe it's an influencer thing, I suppose. Must be. I need to look into it a little bit more. I know this guy's popular. He's with Kara. I remember him from last season. But yeah, perhaps that's the case. Either way, for Kara, like you say, it's not been craziest of turnouts, but it's nice to see they have a massive fan following behind them.
They certainly do. Although the other team with the Wolf logo were able to keep up an average of 8 elims per match, which is very impressive. I mean, when we talk about Ulf, right, they just outperformed everybody yesterday. Obviously, a lot of those elims came from their game 2, 17 elims in one game, which is not on a rondo, which makes it even more incredible. And then across the rest of the day, their lowest elim game was 3 on game 4, our final Erangel. Other than that, really, really solid stuff. So definitely one to watch out for.
It looks like, well, the lights are coming on. I'd be excited to know if the game is starting. I have to wait and see. Yeah, I think for Ulf, even if they got 17 elims in that one match, 8 elims average is still very impressive. A better Fireflux, let's say. I don't know, man. It felt like Ketch I think Ketch just hated playing on Fireflux. I think that's what that was.
Maybe. Yeah, he's just got rid of the branding. They've reskinned.
Because he's playing well now again. Because it used to be in the past he just didn't Very beginning of his career, insane player, incredible player.
Yeah, I mean,
stays on Fireflux a little bit longer. In all honesty, he's washed at that point. He was washed.
I think that it could be a case of you sort of get so stuck in a long term like team situation, and that dynamic, it feels like you just can't change it, right? So you maybe you feel something isn't going right, but it's like, oh, this is what we've been doing for 5 years at this point. Maybe you just needed a breath of fresh air, sort of get some room around and get some perspective on his gameplay.
Yeah,
and bring that sort of talent back.
I think getting Aaron in the mix is probably a good injection of talent, because he's one of the younger players, I would say, in terms of PMSL EU, who has come into this a little bit later than Ketch. But I think that he probably has different ideas about the game that perhaps Ketch has. But there we go. Rondo is our first game of the day, and we are finally here. Excited to get into it. Match number 7 out of 18. And we're almost there, John. 3 more games and we're halfway.
Oh, yeah. We're looking to keep this one rolling, and we're jumping straight in to proceedings here on Rondo. You can see the plane path coming from Jadina up towards Nanchuan on that northwest corner. Of course, the big feature of Rondo, as we talked about so many times, are the recall beacons. Expect hot drops, expect early to mid-game fights, and expect that to lead to messy rotations in towards the middle and late game circles. It has been a nightmare for teams to try and make sense of this one, and we'll see if they've been able to find some sanity.
Jadana City up towards Nanchuan. You know what I really like? I like being able to say the names of all these places. Very fun to say as a commentator. And the couple of times I spent in China, I have learned some pronunciation habits. Not all. But
we're open to advice. We'll put it that way. Oh dear. Yeah. We'll get around to it. I'm sure. Well, it's new for everyone. Northwest circle there. End of the plane path should be fairly all right, unless there's this embroilment around stadium. I think Ulf wanting to claim that one, but Fenerbahce may be getting in trouble with it. Also, is that Anathosis Famagusta as well underneath them? I believe it is around that stadium area. So far, shots into the sky from Ida. Not going to connect though, just backing it off.
K9 as well. Not ideal for this stage of the game, but you can get some nice little pot shots off early. Circle heads over towards the northwest side, so towards stadium actually, around test track on that southeast side. So this does mean there can be a huge amount of fighting. There is a lot of recall stations in this area. Matcap with a knife. This is Xley, who also has a knife.
Oh dear. Bit of bullfighting going on there. But Darkin, he's being a little bit more reasonable. Matcap, though, back to the knife fight in the tent. Oh, one slash across. And Matcap able to get the clock there on Delation, but the rest of Xley moving around. A lot of their players going down, but they are taking their toll in response. I think both of these teams at this point want to disengage. I mean, they are right on top of this recall beacon, which means that you do have to fully flee. And going for this early, I mean, I like this. They know that they're going to be moving for weaponry. Not too many sightlines are going to be under control. So getting these players back in now, a solid choice. And Emre can't really look to the skies in this spot.
Nice. 3 elims. I think Ida wants 3 elims. Players going to be parachuting down. I mean, Emre needs to win this 1v1. Right now, he's taking quite a bit of damage, though. Good crouch underneath the window. Gets across. Neo with a nade. I mean, wouldn't need to do a lot of damage to him, considering he's already quite low, and there it is, yeah.
Able to get that first nade elimination, but there is a second recall beacon being dropped on by Ida, and they're far afield, and they should just be able to pull themselves back up. Matcap will want to disengage here. I wonder if he's got a gun, though, or is he still on the knife?
Yeah, probably still on the knife. Oh no, barrel. Good damage, actually. Very good damage. Instantly traded off, though. But that's delay. And they are kind enough to immediately flush him so they can get better use out of their recall station. That's a lot of players coming for Lux.
Okay, he's got the shotgun on the staircase, though. It's not going to work because Spike's got one of his own. And he turns it around. Fenerbahce losing a player. And a point added for Anathosis Famagusta. This is over towards this western side, or the southwest side of this next circle. Could be a little bit troublesome. You can see these recalls just coming in thick and fast as everybody's bringing their teammates back to life once more. Simple Domac with a little bit of response over to Spike. And doing pretty well with it. Might be a little bit tricky to get to the recall beacon, but that northwest side might be under control. Anathosis Famagusta, hang on a minute. Have they just been fully wiped? Or are they down to 1?
Down to 1. As indicated by the green pip.
Yeah. And the guy recalling his entire team.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the early game is going to be a little bit of action here and there. Magnum Kari coming against Falcons. Narvalo gets taken down by Loxy. There's some really clean shots into another. And this is what Zedwolf's always been known for. Very clean off angles. Redux finds a shot over towards another player from Regnum Kaya who are coming in very quickly to help assist Loxy, who is doing the do-si-do around the vehicle. Lived for quite some time and maybe delayed just long enough for Regnum Kaya to get over there.
We'll see if they want to, if they do want to get over there, or if they want to disengage and just keep their players alive, get that recall. The Falcons are a little bit the worse for wear on the fight, so we'll see if they can keep it going. But with Silas getting knocked, I think this is time for Regnum Kai to disengage if they can. But Zedwolf and Wild, they're going to keep the pressure up, and Falcons going to be playing on us too. Maybe they also want to disengage from this. Going down early in this situation, really not ideal. And Besiktas trying to make that the case for Anathosis Famagusta as they rock up. Trying to move on in. Trying to take ground here.
Besiktas winning out yesterday on Rondo. And that is a unbelievably good lineup. Skewers them like a kebab there.
Goodness me. What a spray down there along the side of the building for Falconist. Moving in now to execute on those points. But again, it's still early enough. Teams can just get these recalls. You can see the Falcons. They've got their recall. Regnum Kaya, not too sure where they are, but I'm sure that they are looking for a beacon as quickly as possible. One that they can use to bring everyone back to life. Kamikaze taking a knock from Kara. Hang on a minute. Oh, okay. That was the finish onto Spike on the spray down from Falconist. Not just a pan elim. Goodness me. I don't think we've seen one of those in a long time. People are much more prone to using the knives in the early game.
Well, you take a pan, but you can get it. Good for defensive capabilities as well. A lot of times, now that we get the knife as the initial item of choice, we'll forget that the pan is basically tier 4 armor. Completely blocking bullets when shot from the back. I think Regnum Kari heading up towards Ryan. I mean, they've already got 4 eliminations off this game. I think they're quite pleased with it. The 3 of them were on to Falcons, and then another 1 over towards BR8. They rotate in a similar fashion. But BRA went straight past Stadium. Head a little bit further over towards that northwest side. And Besiktas still playing it very slow. Asgard will get a res off themselves. So back up to 4.
I mean, so far, Blank, we've seen 20 eliminations come on through. And we've only lost 3 players, and they can also be rezzed. This is actually being set to be a really high Elimination Edition game here as more and more start to get taken away. Oh, Anathosis Famagusta might actually be in a spot of bother here. With the 1 player left now, it's imperative that they find a recall beacon to make this game work for them.
Second time they've been wiped down to 1 player, so very much not having a good day so far. And that's versus Besiktas, who yet again are pumping points here on Rondo. No stopping the train for them. Bit of hovering going on over there. What that was about. And on back to this awful area of the map on the northwest side around Nanshuan. Yeah, horrible area. BRA knows to immediately get a move on. But because it's so undecided between the 2 areas, you are somewhat worrying where to play on this one. I think you just have to play the side you're given. Regnum Kaya went to Ryan. They got that res off. If I was them, I think I'd just send it direct down towards Nanshuan, maybe one of the compounds on the outside, the one particularly just off towards the east.
Interesting on the res there for Anathosis Famagusta. They were able to, obviously with the parachutes, get a lot of ground covered over towards Nantuan. And I think that actually the player who's going to suffer the most is the person who recalled them all. Malaz had to break up towards the north. And are they still on 2? Did they get pinged away in the sky? I think they might have done. I'm not too sure. Brad didn't manage to get any of those points, so maybe not. Not too sure where Sefkan is. Oh, sorry, not Sefkan. The rest of Anathosis Famagusta. But Real getting spotted. Besiktas likely to pick up that point. But there's still so much time on these recall beacons.
I mean, it's still a lot of them up and available for teams to pick up. Especially squads coming in from that western side as well, John, because over in that area, you have an instance where Besiktas are coming through. They'll pass by that res beacon. There's plenty of other teams also in that area.
Ooh. Getting mashed up there on the EMP zone as well. This is and I will say this, I will bring this back again. It is a really high elimination game here on Rondo with, I mean, everybody doing so much damage. It looks like we do have our first team fully confirmed. So that's 4 elims locked in as real compared to the rest of our matches. Anathosis Famagusta as well, going to really struggle to get a recall here. So I imagine that those 3 are going to stick. So out of all of these elims, I think we've seen upwards of 25 now coming on through, and 20 of them at least are going to be fully bonus, and they are really going to impact these standings. With 8 elims for Besiktas already, that is a really great start for them. The question is, can they move in right now? Because they are going to be behind the queue on the western side, moving over towards Nantuan on that north edge. Ulf as well, with 0 elims so far, get a really strong rockside spot, overlooking Nantuan from this hilltop, overlooking the river crossing to the far side as well.
Yeah, there's an instance right now where for Besiktas, it's just another strong game here on Rondo. So specializing on this map, you get a ton of points and then you sort of wither throughout the rest of the day. That's not great, but it will keep you in the running. Oh, I think they're very pleased to have that in their wheelhouse. Odin Kaya really taking the time, and honestly, they could have had that compound that Falcons picked up. And I do massively respect that rollout from Falcons to grab that compound. It's on the outside of Nanshuan. It is not forcing you into a location where you are stuck in the city, and gives you a lot of options going forward, especially if this was going to move back down towards the southwest side, which is where it feels like it starts to lean.
Yeah, it went all the way up to the north, and it was like, oh, I'll definitely go to Nanshuan, and then it went, nah, actually, I think I'll cut you 50-50 and see what happens. Recall beacons still in the zone. I'm looking at the Noisy Boys who have been sat on that recall beacon for a while. Although they haven't got stuck into any fights. They haven't got any elims yet. They do have a lot of it under control. You can see the high ground angle they've got over towards Darkin. It was taking a lot of damage, and the spray downs there continue, but Mazzaro not quite connecting fully for the points on that one. In the meantime, Falcons are defending their pitch over towards Jekko.
Fair enough as well. I think for the Falcons, this is a very good staging area for them. And seriously necessary. They want to win out this game. But it's not going well for Jekko right now, John.
They have one player left, and he is in a spot where he can very easily get these reses. And you say it's not going well for Jekko. Redox is actually left alone as well. Can Regnum Kaya wrest control of this? As actually Jekko are going to be able to get back to 3 here fairly convincingly with Xlay rolling in. That's going to preoccupy Redox. He can't take those maneuvers. Scarface has brilliant oversight on this. He's very, very split off. A nade in though. Redox cooking. Can he get it through? Can he land it? Bounces, not quite connecting.
Yeah, this is a tough nade to hit as well, and they're constantly moving. You get a little bit of chip damage, but not much more than that for Redox. You can see here, there's plenty of areas where the boys from Jekko can just hide out. Surprised it went so badly for the Falcons there, and you wonder if it was a case of Redox just wasn't in the fight and not ready to take those shots with the rest of the team. They're a little bit further away. And Jekko do go for these mad dashes quite often. Throw caution to the wind, make it happen. And this is how that they've been still building on some kind of points despite, you know, maybe not being the most fearsome squad in the lobby.
Jeez, I just had a train horn go right outside my window. That's crazy, sorry. I'm back in though. Loxy, however, not so lucky, getting knocked and flushed by Xslay on the off angle. The approach to this fight, as it may conclude fairly soon. Redox wants to hold his nerve, has one nade, a Molotov on the door frame. That's going to slow Jet go down, force them in through the one opening. And he's got the shotgun, trained, ready to execute here. Needs to step out, no. Backs off, plays the angle, has a nade in hand, he's cooking. The door gets shut. Jacko do not want to let this one go. Open the door, no, he shuts it in his face. Almost takes himself down there. That could have been disastrous. But Xlay still not getting stuck in. They're already with Regnum Kaya on the outside, who are down to 3. Those recall beacons will be shot off fairly soon now, Blank. So it is time to make your move if you want to get back to 4. Jekko get the res, but Redox steps up for another, and he goes blow for blow with it, and will not take a lick of damage in response. Symphony are not able to land, opens the door. Can Redox find what he's looking for? Merciless on a sliver of HP, but no, it will not be good enough. Redox with a valiant hold, but the Falcons fall.
The fact that Merciless doesn't go down there actually ruins Redox's push. I think if he was a tiny bit lower, very different story. Very, very different story. Very well played, Redux there. Xslay being very annoying for Regnum Kaya at the moment. Constantly hovering around this third party, I guess, over towards Jetgo as well as the boys over on the Falcons, but never really fully committing to it. So Regnum Kaya couldn't also get stuck in. I would be pretty upset if I was Regnum Kaya. You were expecting Xslay to go for something there. Instead, they just send off into the distance and just get exploded by Ulf.
I mean, that's what happens when you try and crash onto Ulf on their really incredible rockside position. You know, we saw them in it earlier. They had been a little bit quiet. They've just been delivered a couple of elims, a little resupply. That's very nice to be able to add those ones to the tally. And they're in a really dominant spot. But speaking of being dominant, Besiktas on 11 elims, Blank. At 16 minutes in, they've been able to farm this western side. But have they finally gone a step too far? Have they kept themselves overexposed for just that little bit too long? They've lost a player now, with Boran getting claimed by the play zone. They're down to 3 players.
Okay, last remaining. I never really thought about that, but the explosive bow actually is really good at creating impromptu cover. You know, a lot of times people are expending grenades to make that happen, but actually the bow does it very quick.
And a lot more targeted as well. Because with a nade, it could bounce. You're like, oh, I missed through it. The explosive bow's like, bang, there's a hole. Have your divot.
That's like kind of meta. Ulf's still going crazy as Regnum Kai struggles to get in. I actually am kind of frustrated with Xslay there. Me personally, no. Let's put it that way. For Regnum Kaya, I would be really annoyed though with Xslay. Because they essentially protect JetGo. And I'm sure there's no collusion involved right now. I'm 100% sure there isn't. But it's because they're so afraid to take that fight. They essentially act as a blockade between Regnum Kaya and actually going for the third party, which is what Xslay should have been doing there. They absolutely should have gone for the third party. But they act as a blockade and then just go kill themselves. It's like, yeah, all you've done is just ruin our game and your own.
It's like, my job here is done. Swishes the cape and immediately walks into the cupboard.
The lobby needs me.
Goodness me. Kara trying to defend, playing off against IWNRX. IWNRX, no elims so far. Definitely needing to rack up those numbers as fast as possible. Kara wanting to put on a show for their home crowd advantage as well. With an nade from CEO. Find Frozen, but goes a little bit wide on that. They're blasting them back, playing around that deployable cover as well that we've been seeing being so impactful in these middle to late game scenarios. And hopefully they can use it to their advantage. IWNRX take a knock, and that is outside the blue with it closing in about 30 seconds. They need this res to come fast.
Frozen swinging off to the right side here. Nade goes through. Good damage on top. No Molotov to finish the job though, and no more nades on Lewis. Marceau just tries to go for the rundown, or at least identify where he's playing. But Besiktas up high, they're still not done. Still pumping those points. 13 eliminations now. This is a ginormous game for them. And absolutely fair. If you want to get all your points from Rondo, There's one way to do it. And I think that it is also helpful, John, that this is a very, very similar position of the map where Besiktas won yesterday. They know how they like to play this.
There's a chance there for the nade on the flush, and it will take... No, it's actually the spray down from Ketch. Ulf, I mean, this high ground position for Ulf, they established it early. The circle has helped them out on this, and it's shifted again up towards them. I feel like this is going to be an Ulf chicken dinner, right? This feels like the time. Unless Besiktas are able to keep their pace and feeling real hot right now with 3 players, are going to be able to do so much. But with Ulf's position, with their overlook, with their dominance of the area around them, I just don't think there's any way that they get taken down here.
It is... I mean, I think it's still too early to tell, though, because you have this instance right now where the circle could hard shift southwest. I think if we're playing the odds game, I think you'd be right, but I don't think you can say this with certainty. Who's going to win on this one, just because of the way the river cuts through the middle of this one. It's so tough. Zeptimus, I don't know, headers that nade. Smoke everywhere, shrapnel all over the place. Man's made of metal, doesn't take a lick of damage.
He became one with the rock. He was basically Dwayne at that point. He just didn't take any damage from
Actual
that
stone
one.
form.
Lovely little stone form, exactly. Besiktas, they're still on the fight. They are going to clash with Papara Supermassive right now. Of course, with 3 players alive, it's a little bit harder. Ulf may be able to take shots out this way. It's just a bit out of range, potentially, for the majority of Ulf, so could be isolated. Besiktas now crunched a little bit. On this hilltop, they've had a lot of power. Obviously, they've been afforded a lot by their position. Nades over the top, looking for Papara Supermassive, and an answer with a nade. Falconist doesn't go down, but the info's gathered, and he has to back off the angle. Papara Supermassive, charge him down.
I mean, Nico sending out that he knows that Besiktas is on the back foot, starting to push away. But Papara Supermassive, again, this is what I'm talking about. They're consistently into these late games, no matter what. I'm just waiting for them to get one of those massive games coming through. Rookie on this rock is very hard to deal with here, John. The fact that he has oversight down the hill towards IWNRX, but that is a great shot from Kakali, and a very much needed one. Nico preparing to make this push.
I don't think the IWNRX can move up here with Kara on this oversight. They are going to be the ones feeling the brunt of the pain here. One player from Kara has gone down. This is potentially going to give Besiktas a chance to get this res and see what they can do here. But Kara go down to an off angle from Eren on Ulf across the way. It helps, and a circle blank. It shifts out to the west side, and maybe Ulf have to move. The res potential here for Besiktas and Papara Supermassive, tentative on their push. They don't know who's there, and the nade from Falconist brings Besiktas up to 16 elims blank. IWNRX are exploded in the valley.
That's a nuts nade from Besiktas. I think that the little shoe-in that Ulf makes there might be their undoing, just because it gives a general idea of the locale that team is coming from. So now Papara Supermassive and Besiktas can go prepare for that. The saving grace is that Ulf does have a player on that southwest side. That is a sad nade that comes through, catches him as he's running away, falls flat on his face in the dust.
This is very, very difficult for Ulf. You're right that they will struggle here. The nades keep going through. They're really struggling against the 2 players from Regnum Karya who might be able to get this res. And because they were playing so split blank, they do not have the ability to get these reses as fast as they would like. A good nade, quite on target, but the spray down certainly is. Scarface isn't going to let that one phase them. And now the res can come through. In the meantime, Besiktas looking to try and stay alive, but Papara Supermassive may have been clued into the fact that they are only 3. Now with Zeptimus down, there's only 2. And I don't think they've got any more nades left in the pocket here. Zeptimus flushed away. Is this the end of their run? Because Ulf are starting to gain steam with 10 elims themselves.
Yeah, they still have to wrap down over towards TMB, last player from BRA. Playing as 3, they just have to hope that their spy on the other side of the map can live long enough to let this one go through. Darkin gets taken out. Very, very tough here now.
This is the second rondo. This is the second rondo that we've had on this river, right? With two opposing massive high grounds on this cut valley. It's so difficult, and these teams are going to hate it.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's very hard to predict. You don't really know where it's going to go. It's going to take raw skill and action to make this happen. I like this split from Papra Supermassive, covering both angles right now. It's slightly dangerous in case Besiktas pushes, but I think that Papra Supermassive are fairly confident that Besiktas aren't going to make a move like that. Still, 16 eliminations is lovely. Eren has been a terror on these long-range shots, though.
He's kind of nothing compared to Falconist right now. Look at what this man has done. 8 of their elims come from him. He is half the team on his own right now. The Noisy Boys, they stayed quiet for so long. They held their recall beacon, playing the good game, but that's all for naught, as they will go down in 7th place, it seems, fairly soon. Well, not just yet, but with Ulf on the hunt, you've got to imagine that this is going to be, dangerous. 3 and a 4 in a vehicle? No, 3 in a vehicle, and they're rolling up to the Noisy Boys. Could be dangerous if a nade hits them. The spray down of the vehicle goes too far. Ooh, no, the Noisy Boys get taken out. But I think Ulf have been separated.
It's still okay, though. They can play this out fairly comfortably. Try and take the wheels off the part. Hard to do. Nico goes down to catch off in the distance. These shots have been disgusting. It's nice to see Ketch still taking these shots as well, hitting them at long range. Like I said, the guy had been somewhat struggling over the past year and a half or so, compared to his debut almost 3 years ago, where he shocked the world and wowed everyone with an unbelievably strong performance. Sadly, will go down as he skirts down the cliff face.
Yeah.
His job's pretty much done at 16 elims total. And this is Scarface's playground.
Absolutely. He's opening up with a 6x on the AUG. It's a beautiful spray down opportunity. Ketch does get flushed, and they're playing on his 3, and they're up to 16 elims blank. They saw Besiktas chasing them down. They were like, guys, we're actually the first place team. We're doing 16 elims as well. That's just what we've got to do. And they are probably in one of the better spots here. Papra Supermassive, the only team that can change the tune, and they're making their move now. Falcon is making the dash. Papra Supermassive will turn over the hilltop, and that will be the end of Besiktas. But they still get a huge game. A 5th place and 16 elims. That is monstrous on those point scoring totals. I would not be too surprised to see them try and keep this one going as well. But Ulf, now the team to beat. Papra Supermassive in the drink.
Yeah, dropping down. I mean, a lot of bullets coming through. It's from Solus, who have been playing this off angle, well prepared for a maneuver like this from Papra Supermassive. Ulf has absolutely everything covered right now. Papra able to get underneath. 18 eliminations on the game, and like I said, Scarface, widely known as one of the best long-range players in the game, still making it work. 19 eliminations now, looking for the 20 bomb.
Get up to 22 here, and Kamikaze is on the will be found well. 2-0. They have guaranteed a 30-point chicken dinner if they can convert. Of course, there's 2 players still for them to contend with, but I'm expecting denial here. I'm expecting Papra Supermassive to move out. Oh, maybe not. Okay, they're stepping up. Lost and Tron B trying to scale this cliff. Solus breaking out wide. I think they know that this off angle's a danger. Will get spotted. Sprayed down for 1. Eren peeks over the top. They're too worried about the off angle. They do not realize that the thrust of the spear comes from Eren. And there is that spray down on the off angle. A 22-point chicken dinner. They have got 32 points to kick off the day. Blank. They almost get half of yesterday's points in one match. And Ulf are terrifyingly competent.
That's going to shoot Ulf into the stratosphere in terms of points off that game. What a match from them. On the complete wrong end of the circle as well, the majority of that game. So cool, though, to see Scarface in his element. Like, that is where he shines. Eren didn't let anyone get close to him either in that close combat scenario. You just had this nice tandem between both those players. Scarface taking care of anyone at distance. Eren, nobody could get close to this guy. And on the monolith they go.
The first team to double up as well. You could see just on the bottom left of where they placed the new placard, it is their repeated chicken dinner. The first team to find 2. But they don't need that tiebreaker, Blank, because they are going to be so far ahead. They're nearly at 100 points now, just off of that game.
Yeah, it's very, very wild stuff. I think for Ulf, very promising team. It's nice to see as well, because I think that I kept talking about them in knockout stages, saying that I expected much, much more from this squad, yet it never seemed to come to pass. Finally feel a little bit of vindication now here in the finals, at least, which is nice. It is nice. But I think it will be hard to catch up to this squad now. I think that sets them far ahead anyone else. Regdom Karya still get a good shooting on that game, though. Besiktas, also with the 16 elims, it's a strong match from them. It's just strange, though. I think Besiktas sort of gets, I don't want to say lucky, but it is their wheelhouse of a game there in their quadrant of the map. So it does make life easier, especially when it's such a large map anyway.
Yeah, it's I feel like even like Besiktas' game was a little bit overshadowed by Ulf in this scenario, but they did do phenomenally well to fight out and win. They were stuck in some real nasty spots. And of course, that big nade over to IWNRX was a real highlight. And the MVP is Scarface, going up to 8 elims, 1,132 damage. I feel like it might be pretty close between him and Falconist. I'm not sure who was able to get more done in that game, but I think the damage did just eke out for Scarface. Could have been survival time as well. Obviously, Ulf lasting right until the end, and that long range hunt was on for Scarface. He did the work. The rest of the team beautifully syncopated with him.
Take a look at the match statistics from that game, because honestly, I'm imagining every single player there was doing fairly good work, because Solus even is able to get more damage than Scarface that match. Very, very interested to look at the team stats from Ulf after this one. Falconist with 4 grenades. We saw a lot of those come through after that massive elimination and wipe over to IWNRX, who are inside the ditch. One well-placed grenade was all it would take. But again, it's the first time I actually quite like to see the distance covered. And it is from Tron B on Papa Supermassive. And I think that it's very important to take a look at that, because Papa Supermassive on pretty much every single game throughout yesterday, after I think the first 2, were just getting towards those end circles. And it's not, I mean, goodness me. It's not because they're getting lucky. They're taking very, very long treks to get there. But what is this? A 4K damage game is unbelievable.
That's 4,219 damage inflicted on the rest of the lobby. Blank, that might have broken all records that I've seen before. That is absolutely insane. It's so close. Can you imagine if every single player had 1,000 damage? That would be absolutely incredible, but it's just not quite. However, that kind of doesn't matter, right? Over 1,000 average damage across the team. Nobody was slacking. Everybody pulling their weight here. And that is just... that is monstrous.
Yeah, very good decision making from them early on. Understanding that's where they were going to get the most points from, right, on that side of the map. And I think the interesting thing about it is that I think that's again, it's a nice parallel to make with Xlay. Xlay, who's too afraid to even go for a third party onto Jetgo as well as the Falcons, effectively holding Regdom Karya out for more time than they can handle. They wanted to squeeze through at some point, but there was never a moment where the traffic jam wasn't in effect. Compared to Ulf, who understands that location, they're going to have to battle. They're going to have to get some real grit going there. And they're going to be in a cage match with every other team in the lobby if they want to even begin to think to survive in that spot. But they made it happen because they trusted themselves and they had confidence. And I think that spot does require you to puff out your chest a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be hotly contested now. What's interesting, based on what happened from that last game, I was just thinking about points totals now. For Ulf, if they're able to keep up pace now with their average point scoring, the smash boundary is going to be out of reach for everybody else, right, at the start of tomorrow. And it will severely reduce the probability that, first of all, we'll see a smash victory. And second of all, that Ulf could be taken down from it, right? It would be such a massive gap that we'll see there. And I think that could be an interesting dynamic depending on what Ulf can do for the rest of the day. Because my big question was, can they keep their performance rolling into today? I feel like I mean, it's a resounding answer that they've given me right at the start, and
it is.
I've greatly enjoyed it, but my goodness me,
It's also funny the way they do it as well. It's almost to spite you a little bit.
Yeah.
In a way, though, we'll head back to the stage and we'll be back soon. So we'll catch you after this.
Güz finallerinde heyecan nasıl gidiyor arkadaşlar? Hangi takım daha iddialı? Duyamadım. Arkadaşlar dün akşam S2G'nin geri dönüşüyle gerçekten çok büyük heyecan duyduk. Açıkça kendi adıma söyleyeyim. Ama bütün takımlar da büyük şampiyona ciddi derecede kök söktürüyorlar. Ulf'e de açıkçası hayran kaldık. Onlara da kocaman bir alkış alalım. Bir Beşiktaş taraftarı olarak da onların da iyi gittiğini söyleyebilirim. Karya da süper gidiyor. Davut'la birlikteyiz. Arkadaşlar 5 tane mousepad'imiz var. 5 mousepad ama öyle böyle değil arkadaşlar. Bakın muhteşem, olağanüstü Infinix'ten hediye olarak sizlere geliyor. 5 mousepad kim istiyor arkadaşlar? Görelim. Bir dakika, en yüksek sesi çıkaran tarafa doğru verin.
Okay. So,
duyamadım.
Okay.
I can't hear them.
Okay, so all I know is we have 5 mouse pads and I have to choose 5 people and then we'll have our lovely staff reach out to you and give you the mouse pads. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pick 1 person from that side, 1 person from that side, and then 3 from here, okay? I'm gonna try and give everyone an opportunity. So, let's see who I'm gonna choose. I'm gonna start from over there. Who's gonna follow me? Let's go. Come on, come on.
Evet.
Okay, over here.
Arkadaşımız
First one.
Mousepad'ler
First one.
için 5
First one.
arkadaşımız
Let's go.
seçecek.
Okay, so I'm not sure who to choose. I want to see if we have any supporters from all the teams. Okay, you know what? You. Black jacket, yes. That's our first one right there. And we'll go back to this side. Let's have a look-see. Alrighty. Okay, you know what? Since Ulf did very, very well in the first game, I mean, you were talking 32 points. No, Ulf fans, where are you? Ulf, where? Did they all leave? Okay, fine. You, okay, I love that shirt. So, number 2, mousepad number 2 over here. Number 3, I'll choose you. I like it, yeah. Number 3, right here. Number 4, make some noise, come on, make some noise. Yeah, okay, I like your energy. I like that. Number 4, right there, S2G jersey. Row number 2. And our last one. Let's have a look-see. Okay, you know what? Fine. Final one for you. There we go. All right, that's our 5 mouse pads. I'll have our lovely staff reach out to you, and then hopefully we'll get our rewards. Don't worry, there's more. Now we have wheel spins.
Arkadaşlar çok teşekkür ediyoruz Davut'a. Bana iş bırakmadığı 5 tane arkadaşımızı çarçabuk bir şekilde seçtiği için kendisine çok teşekkür ediyoruz. And very thank you because you chose very fast.
I have to make it quick. I mean, look, we have games. We have games to go through, and also we have wheels to spin.
Let's time. Now we are... Ben niye İngilizce konuşuyorum ki?
Turkish is yours, English is mine.
Biz şimdi çarkı çevireceğiz. Spin wheel'la birlikte hediyeleri sizlere dağıtacağız. Hazır mısınız arkadaşlar? Kim için dağıtacağız? Hanımefendiyi seçiyorum.
You have to choose.
Hanımefendiyi seçiyorum. Hanımefendiyi seçtik. Bir kameraman arkadaşımız gösterebilir mi? Hanımefendi için geliyor. İşte burada hanımefendi için çeviriyoruz. Acaba ne çıkacak? Merak ediyorum. Penguin, benim için çevirir misin?
Yes, perfect. Yeah. Give it a spin. Wait, what does she want to win? What does she want?
Ne istiyorsun? Ne istiyorsun? Ne çıksın istersin? T-shirt.
Okay. Wait.
T-shirt.
T-shirt. Okay, we have a
Geldi
T-shirt.
işte.
That's our first one.
Gerçekten hiçbir hilesiz t-shirt kazandı.
Two more.
Okay. 2 tane daha istiyoruz. Kim olsun? Kim istiyorsun? Kim istiyor? Arkadaşımıza veriyoruz. Hemen buradaki arkadaşımıza. Ne istiyorsun?
T-shirt as well. Penguin, por favor. Don't know why we went with Spanish on that one.
Evet, önümüzdeki zaman diliminde update geliyor Penguin'le ilgili. Çılgın tavuk dansı dün nasıldı, iyi miydi? Ben çok beğendim. Pas. İşte tişört geldi. Tişört geldi arkadaşımıza.
One more, final one. I think we need to go there.
Bir arkadaşımız
Yellow, yellow shirt. Yes, you. What do you want? What present? T-shirt. Everyone wants a T-shirt. I love it.
Herkes tişört istiyor. Bir atkı isteyen yok mu arkadaşlar? Atkılar bana kalacak bak. Atkı da çok güzel. Atkı da çok güzel.
T-shirt. Okay. Penguin, please. Oh wow, Belgian just stole that one. I wanted to spin, but okay.
Ne gelirse, tamam mı? Var mıyız? Ne gelirse. Pas gelirse de pas, tamam mı? Yapma.
Çanta?
Bere geldi, bere
Çanta?
galiba. Bere. Bere geldi. Arkadaşımıza yeşil tişörtlü bereyi armağan ediyoruz.
That's it. 3 spins, done. 5 mouse pads given out, and don't worry, we have more spins, I believe, after match number 4, so don't go anywhere. And now we have match number 2 waiting.
Bir misafirimiz var. Vezir Bey burada mı? Fenerbahçe'den Vezir Bey burada mı? Fenerbahçe'den Vezir Bey'i davet etmek istiyorum.
No more.
Tamam.
We have
Bir
more after
sonraki
four.
zamanda misafir edeceğiz arkadaşlar. Şimdi birazdan ikinci maç başlayacak. Günün ikinci maçı. Çok heyecanlı bir durumdayız. Kim kazanacak, kim kaybedecek bilmiyoruz ama analiz masasında heyecan farklı bir noktaya gidebilir. Ve burada yarın Smash ile alakalı kuralı biliyorsunuz. Smash kuralı nasıl arkadaşlar? Gerçekten çok heyecan verici. Yarın bakalım ne olacak, bugün ne olacak? Çok büyük bir heyecan içindeyiz. Özellikle
Okay, you know what? Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've had a lot of fun, but I think it's time for us to get back to the games because I think the players are more than ready.
herkes çok heyecanlı. Şimdi analiz masasına gidiyoruz ve arkasından maçlar devam edecek arkadaşlar.
There we go. A lovely look at that lovely wheel that always dishes out the best prizes that everybody seems to always get what they want. It's a very curious wheel, that one. And of course, big fan of the penguin mascot. Always good to have that one thrown on in there. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more gifts and prizes being given out. And unfortunately, it's only for the people in the venue, guys. So if you didn't have a ticket, it's too bad. Maybe next season you could end up there and be grabbing some of those prizes for yourselves. So we'll be getting on, hopefully, fairly soon with our next match. Of course, we finished our rondo. It was absolutely crazy. If you didn't watch it, wait until the end of the show and then go back and watch it because it was absolutely insane. Two teams getting, 16 elims for Besiktas. We were like, whoa, these guys are crazy. How's anyone going to beat them? And then Ulf just went around and said, you know what? Hold my chicken dinner. Actually, no, we'll take it back because they absolutely nailed it with a 22 elim chicken dinner. My goodness me. I mean, that is insane. And also third place team, Papara Supermassive, or second place in placement, you know what I mean? 11 points as well. This is really high point scoring. You can see that 3 point stretches all the way down to 13th place with Jekko, and only Asgard didn't get anything off of this match. The Noisy Boys as well, able to get a point from just finishing not in the bottom 8 of the lobby. But still, even though those 32 points were earned, the rest of the lobby still was able to do not awfully.
Yes, I think for Xley as well, 4 points down here. It's just crazy that TMV is still able to get one elimination over in the 15th place. Ulf at 98 points, almost breaking 100 points total on game 1 of day 2. That is some crazy stuff. Regnum Kaya at 65 points there. Besiktas over on 61. Regnum Kaya's keeping up, I guess.
I mean, you know what's absolutely crazy? They'd be first place on elims alone. For Ulf right now. They have 70 elims.
Wait,
they have 70
what?
elims, and if you took away everything else, they are still in first place. How incredible is that? I mean, you know, you add 22 elims to a tally, and that's kind of just what happens. But my goodness me, that is, I mean, that really puts it into perspective how dominant that has been. And now 33 points behind is second place. At this point, it's a race for second and third.
It really is. I mean, it's going to be hard to catch up to any of these squads. And it is so incredibly tight towards the bottom of the rankings. And you know what I think is respectable is that IWNRX is on 22 points. We have seen teams before in the past in 16th place on like 4 points come day 2. So I do think it's not a terrible thing that teams are still pushing, even on the second page here.
Yeah, that's... Sorry, I'm still reeling from the from the 70 elim points. Goodness me. IWX Ruya still languishing, unfortunately. Eating a nade from Besiktas, who were able to profit nicely off of their game. And still, yet to turn up here in these finals. Not ideal for them. We'll see if they can change their tune. But for now, they're starting to slip down with the likes of X-Slate and IWX Ruya.
I mean, IWX Ruya, I think they are... I don't think they're going to make it, honestly, at this point. But for the head-to-head, 13 total score here for Loxy, Nico over on 6. I think Lost realistically is the player that is actually putting in a lot of work in for Papara Supermassive, but I think Lost has kind of dropped off a little bit now for them. Again, I do need to see a little bit more out of Papara Supermassive. And even that last game had good positioning, but just couldn't quite contend with the firepower coming through from Ulf at the moment. I think that's the big difference maker. Again, 70 elim, unheard of.
Yeah, that's insane. Over 7 matches, 10 elims average. We were exalting them for 8 average elims at the start of the day. That was, we had a big fancy graphic for it and everything. And they just gone and, upped that by 2. What more do you want? Are you not entertained? These guys are putting on a show, and I'm absolutely loving it. I was just taking also a quick look at PMGC points. And of course, the points that you earn in the finals are what count towards your PMGC points, which means that Ulf, very likely to be top of the tables for Turkey. But if they're also top of the tables here, that's going to slip down. So potentially the team behind them could be in the running there. Ida, S2G, Kara, Regnum Kaya, all in with a chance of taking that spot. Papara Supermassive as well. I mean, there's a lot of contests for Turkey. Unfortunately, for the other regions, there's really not that much. It's basically Falcons are lock for Western Europe, and for Eastern Europe, it depends what the Noisy Boys are able to do here to surpass the Boars, who are on 105. So if the Noisy Boys get more than 105, they could be able to make it. And the best way for them to do that is to use their Infinix GT30 to the best of their ability. Of course, with 120 FPS, these guys are going to only have the best performance here, and hopefully they won't crack in their pursuit of greatness in these finals here at the PMSL Europe full season, with 6 Rs on the hashtag. That's carry at the end, and that's what they're going to be looking to do for themselves on those points tables. Still, an outside chance for the Noisy Boys.
Do you know what I really like? I like all day 120 FPS. I like it when I get to the night time and I don't drop down.
I'm dreaming in 120 FPS now. What the hell?
Yeah. Oh, that would be nice. That would be nice. Clarity of the clairvoyant visions that come to my dreams about Ulf winning this whole tournament. But yeah, it could be the case.
Could be.
I mean, to be fair, with my track record yesterday in terms of predictions, maybe not. But I didn't dream very well the other night. Okay.
No. Yeah, maybe, just keep your dreams to the Infinix GT30. And I think that's a much more achievable dream, certainly. Of course, anyone with one, congratulations. Anyone without one, I'm sure you'd love to have one. And if you want to be able to use one, maybe you should have qualified to the PMSL Europe finals, What are you doing? You're slacking. You could just go out and buy one, though.
Yeah, you could do. You could do. Or you could just qualify.
Just
qualify, guys. I mean, to be fair, I think that even though I am just saying just qualify, I would highly recommend that if you're very interested in the competitive scene of PUBG Mobile, there's a lot of spots open, and there's plenty of players who have come in very late into the scene in this tournament in particular who are doing really, really well and continue to put up fantastic performances. So I think that there is certainly a case to be made that just go participate in PMCO. If you have a group of friends, or you can find someone that you can scrim with, find a team that you can scrim with, and they like you, get on board. You never know. You might make it to the finals of PMSL EU4.
I think what the interesting thing about, the move towards a more structured and more quote unquote professional style of play is so much to do with team dynamics and so little to do with in-game mechanics, right? As much as you do need some in-game mechanical skill, the major talent comes from being able to work as a team, to be part of a unit that moves forwards, like we saw Ulf doing, right? They were all performing their roles seamlessly together. It was a well-oiled machine that they were able to find in that last match. And that is potentially, if you want to be on the road to the PMSL finals in your future, that's something that you definitely need to be learning from. But for now, we're going to have another Erangel for you to learn from. Of course, we're heading into match number 8, as we are going to kick off match 8 with a plane path from Novo up towards Georgia Pole.
Yeah, I mean, for this map in particular, it's a little bit tricky to get towards that east side. It's not too bad though. I think this is one of the worst plane paths in the world. If it was slightly further off towards the right, I think people would be happier. But this particular plane path is fine. I think most teams are pretty okay with it. Moving off towards the eastern side, it's BRA, who are jumping over towards Milta right now. Anathosis out early alongside with TMB, John, though, on Sosnovka is an interesting prospect.
Yeah, it could be a little scrap on the military base. And as I was talking about before, right, the Eastern Europe region is technically up for grabs here for the Noisy Boys. What they need to do is aim for more than 105 points on these finals, and they would get the Eastern Europe qualification spot on points. That is a fairly achievable goal. On 18 matches, that is something that you could definitely be setting your sights on, right? It's not the tallest of orders, and they've already managed to get 31 points in the first day. Only the 1 point at the start of the day, so not a great result to keep up the pace there. But they definitely are on track to potentially find those averages. Because over 18 matches, if you get a 6-point average per match, you're qualifying into the league stages of global finals.
No, it's not a ridiculous scoreline. And again, if Ulf continues to perform the way they're currently doing, you are squashing points requirement a lot. Because you're going to be stealing a lot of those points away from everyone else. Even the knockout stages, I would say that we had a bit of a points vacuum, which made it very volatile towards the bottom. It's actually the only thing that really allowed Jetgo to get in right in those final moments. So I think that I'll be very curious to see where that top 6 lies at the end of all of this. Not considering the smash ruling, because again, Ulf could come out A3. They get themselves a ton of points. They win the smash ruling. There is a world where second place is in the double digits.
That's true. Yeah, the earlier you close it down, the less point scoring opportunity there is for the rest of the lobby. to earn those PMGC points. That's very interesting. I hadn't considered that dynamic. That's something that people would be very, very worried about. But I would say that would require Ulf to, as you say, really come out the gates. We see can do, right, with that last game. I feel like even on Rondo, that might have been an anomalous performance. Was it? I think it was tied with the highest Elim count we saw on a Rondo from knockout stage, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
We came through with a 22 Elim game. I feel like they deserved a 23 just so that they could have the record there. But you know what? The numbers don't lie. They were only able to get 22, and they couldn't break that 100-point barrier. A lot of early fighting going on here, as Alathosis, Famagusta, and the Noisy Boys do indeed clash.
I think that TMB has been so used to having Soslovka ult themselves. This comes as a little bit of a shock to them, honestly. A tiny bit of a shock. But TMP is just heading out. It's gone. Ida loses that player early on to a bodged drop on a vehicle. But a very, very fine. So down. No one's too worried about it. Papa Supermassive fairly close to the center, but you know who else is fairly close to the center? It's Ulf. Down south Rozhok way.
This is Regnum Kaya. What they tend to do is very early leave Rozhok, right? We saw that happen yesterday, and they may have regretted it slightly, moving back over to Rozhok a little bit later on with the circle, but it's what they've done time and time again on circles that sort of contain this area. They break out east very, very quickly within the first 5 minutes of the game, and they really get their scouting done very fast. Ulf filled that vacuum over towards Rozhok last time. The circle was a little bit further north, so that dynamic could continue. But we are on board with Regnum Kaya, who are doing just that now. They have moved out to actually quite far southeast of Rozhok now.
Goodness me. I mean, BRA, I think BRA is definitely the team that I was the most disappointed in over the entirety of this finals, though, John. I think the fact that BRA are only down on 26 points does lead me to believe that a lot of the massive performance they were able to come out were in the knockout stages were exactly how it was going, where it was a lot of luck, a lot of early fighting, a lot of high elimination games that came from some fortunate circumstances. It's not to say that BRA is a bad team. I think it was a little bit of a strange few days for that squad.
Kara looking to try and defend their pitch here. And as one of the teams that sort of had high hopes coming into this this phase of the tournament, I thought maybe they could outperform themselves, because they have had these little glimmers, these little moments that we've seen from them over the course of the two previous stages, but they're really not bringing it on the stages. On this stage, unfortunately, and hopefully they can open up faster. Of course, the Rondo effect at the start of day two, right? And I don't blame teams for not really. Well, maybe it is definitely still their fault, but I don't blame them for necessarily being super strong on Rondo strategy at the moment. This is the first season it's been implemented in this region, certainly, and across the world generally. It is still a fairly new trodden path, and I think that making those early adjustments are what teams are going to really look for in terms of earning super huge amount of excess points on Rondo. And I don't know if we've reached the final form of strategy on Rondo yet. I don't imagine we have. I'm sure there's a long way to go, especially when you consider the recall beacons.
Yeah, I think that we have seen quite a bit of it so far, and at least my assessment, it's a case of for Rondo, you have to just go with the flow sometimes. You're going to get more eliminations just based on the recall system anyway. But I have been preferring teams that, at least when the circle comes to them, they try a central position. They try and clear out teams around them while still having a backup recall that's close towards the center, so they don't give up center after that. So it is a map that sort of forces you to play between edge and center, depending on how close you are to recall beacons, how close you are to the center of the circle when it pops. It's all quite interesting. But I also find that you are going to get those games where you are just lucky. You are just lucky. The stars align. You get tons of points off the back of it. And it's not something you can replicate. Where I think that on a wrangle, you get 3 of them a day. I think it's highly likely that you replicate a 17-point or a 15-point game frequently if you are good enough.
Well, yeah, that is the big caveat, though, if you are good enough. And I think that teams will start to read into that. And obviously, I mean, at this level, certainly, everybody's going away and crunching every single game after these matches happen and trying to develop, trying to be ahead of the curve. And we'll just have to wait and see how it all changes. A big migration now on a northeast shift. Blank, we're going up to the northeast side. Rectum Kaya trying to move back into the west edge of Yaz Fields, but Besiktas are already there. Ulf might crash into them, though. On that middle side, you've got Ida as well, just north of this. That west side migration is looking tricky, but around Potato Hill, they're also close conflict.
A lot of damage going through. Lewis will get himself first drop. But yeah, I think over towards Yaz, it is a little bit stressful here that you got Yaz Fields in play. Now, I am slightly disappointed in Regnum Kaya because this is the first time we don't see them take West Yaz compound. Very frustrating for me to see that happen after there's been so much stock over the past multiple games where they look over towards the north side of Rosok Bridge, they pick up West Yaz compound from there. I mean, they still get an okay spot down towards that south side. And I think they can be fairly pleased with this position. This is where Silas won out PMGC all that time ago when on the back on S2G.
Yes,
a historical place for Turkey.
Yeah. I mean, if seeing that repeated would be brilliant. Maybe for S2G, maybe for Silas. We'll have to wait. You know, Franklin Kaya would be glad there, but
one of
so
the most successful players in the world, honestly. And I don't think I count Powerboy in that.
I think the most successful player in the world, no?
Yeah, well, not on a technical basis, because Powerboy and Order are probably the most successful players in the world when it comes to PUBG Mobile esports.
You think?
Yes, absolutely. They won twice in a row, PMGC, right? Hard to beat that. No one's beaten that. But I think on a more vibes level, you'd be right. You'd absolutely be right to say that Silas is probably one of the most successful player in the world.
I think that the early back-to-back has a bit of an asterisk next to it.
Right? Well, that's what I'm saying. Absolutely. On a technicality, they are the most successful.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay,
but,
yeah. Okay, yeah.
But if we take out the technical side of it, then yeah, they're not, because it's when the game was first forming. It's when we didn't have all the powerhouses in. We hadn't fully explored all the talent in the world in terms of players. But I think Silas now just needs to get one more PMGC, and then my man can retire.
I feel like the other player that I would bring in to conversation is King. In terms of most successful player in the world. He has a pretty incredible track record. Certainly in the PEL, right? So I think that if you're talking about who can face Silas as the most successful PUBG Mobile player or at least a league player, I think King has to be in that conversation. I think that's the only person I would accept someone having the opinion of that Silas isn't the best, is putting King in that pedestal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I think PC Elite League is very, very different beast altogether as well. Like a lot of times they're playing a very different game to us. Ulf, though, going crazy once again. EMB takes 2 knocks, but no flushes just yet. And Ulf would tally to 100 here if they're able to clean this out. And Scarface looks like he wants to get it done. 1v4 might be a bit bold. Luckily, he has backup.
He's got the boys. They're rolling in a nice little assault onto it. There's no defense here, and catches them slacking. Mazzaro does find the retribution, maybe looking for a flush here. They lose catch, but it will not matter. 102 points now on the tally for Ulf. They are over into the triple digits, and that has got to feel real terrifying. Everybody in the lobby will see that elimination feed lighting up and go, I think they might have just done it. We're beans. Second or third place race it is, boys. Let's see. Big news as well for the Noisy Boys on their chase towards the Boars PMGC points total. They go down with 2 points again, so only 3 points today.
Yeah, it's bad. It's very, very bad. I'm kind of interested. I'm kind of interested by Ulf right now and how they played that out, because I think they thought they were still playing on Rondo, sending all the players in. So you're not a care in the world, but you pass by. They're almost 40 points ahead is ridiculous from second place. Day 2, match 2. We haven't even concluded match 2 yet. I think that's what's even wilder. Yeah, I think for Ulf, they're chilling now, but it looks like they're not taking the foot off the gas just yet. They claim a nice little bit of space over towards the southwest side. But this is definitely an uncomfortable circle. A lot of areas to manage, maintain. Asgard have I think probably one of my more favored spots in the circle, which is on the south side of Yaz, out looking towards the field, and gives you plenty of time to work with. Slight struggle when you have to leave, but I think it's a very cozy spot up until that point.
Everybody trying to find their slice. Oh, a bit of an east shift, I think. That's a real hard east shift over towards... Oh, my goodness. They look at Papara Supermassive in Heaven Compound right there. They're playing the 2-2 split. This could get dangerous. I'm thinking Regnum Kai are crashing right now. They're already in the vehicles. They're heading that way. I feel like this might be a North Point Papara Supermassive being cut in two.
Well, that depends if Papara Supermassive are able to hold on. What is this? And why has it happened? And they are blocking them all in. This is like a shepherd with the sheep. And Falcons are not getting out of this.
Oh no.
I think he might have actually cut their entire path in half with that, with the hovercraft. And so they couldn't move anymore. That is disgusting.
Oh, the Falcons are going to hate it. With one simple trick. Falcons hate him. Goodness me. S2G actually beat Regnum Kai to the punch to getting up to the foothills of the Papara Supermassive compound. But it's not going to matter. Papara Supermassive going into half either way. I don't imagine that the North Point, the South Point rather, the higher end of this compound is going to be holdable. But Icy up the staircase, careens on in for S2G. But as a solo, I don't think he's going to be able to hold this against Regnum Kai. Decide to get stuck into this.
It's pretty clean though. Pretty damn clean.
I mean, they lose
from
3.
Icy. Yeah. I wasn't talking about that. That was messy. But for Icy, very clean.
Oh, yeah.
Will Molotov out Spike from Anathosis. I think Regnum Kai's push gets cut short. So funny when you get to higher levels of Pubgmobile. Sometimes these kind of rotates become extremely messy. They become messier rather than cleaner because everyone knows exactly where the winning position is. So they're all just making a dart for it. So very, very interesting stuff. But this is a cool ending. It's very open, very tough to play. Vehicles are very necessary. I think hovercrafts here actually hold a lot of weight in terms of value, just because setting up actual compounds via vehicles is going to be a big deal later on.
I have a sneaking suspicion. And it's more of like a gut rumbly kind of suspicion that whoever is in heaven isn't going to win this match. I feel like, you know, technically, I'm sort of far and away the strongest spot. I feel like whoever controls the south open slopes might have a better opportunity. I'm looking right now to see if Kara can beat that team, because they are did pretty well on that south edge in terms of control. If they can get rid of IWRX, but by all accounts seems to be going quite well. As Erin spins out for Ulf on the cross. Last player alive for him. Backs it into park. Seems like. Not on a double yellow. Good to park there, mate.
So the thing is with Heaven, right, is that it is the winning position. And I think you'd also be right to say that, it's slightly different. It's a case of whoever remains in Heaven is likely going to win the match. It's hard to hold on to it. I think that even if you're talking about Karo right now, if this moves north, they will end up in Heaven at some point.
I think you're right. I mean, it's the sensible pick is whoever controls Heaven should win the game. Right now, though, it's kind of no one because you've got Icy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think I'm just trying to extrapolate on the point of like,
yeah,
you're right in the sense of this is not an amazing spot right now for Supermassive because they're getting assaulted massively. Now though, as it moves over towards the western side, absolutely terrible.
Ooh. Okay. All right, so Besiktas in a pretty good spot, but the teams at their back are going to make their life really, really hard. It's a question of who wins on that western edge. IWNRX, again, it's pretty dire for them. I feel like they've lost hope here. It's just been nothing after nothing. A string of nothings on their scorecard, and you can't let that go. Fenerbahce going to look to depart from that western side. Actually, Besiktas, have they crossed the road? No, I think they haven't. I think that's just a mini-map offset that isn't quite right there. They are still on the western side of that road playing the bank. As Papua Supermassive lose their final player. Looks like that assault will continue, but they have to leave from the high ground.
There's a lot of players heading over right now. Xley finally decided they want to actually take a fight for once. Move over towards the remnants of the players in Heaven. Sending nades in to no avail versus Ida right now, John.
They do have the surround, though, and I think if you can corral these teams in, you're going to force them to have to move, right? This is stage 5 blue. It's going to do more than tickle. And they will have to make that dash. Besiktas taking shots out to the western side to stop anyone from moving in, and they do need to maintain their ground here. Again, they are still on the west side of that road. Don't be deceived. The Falconists get spotted, and Asgard may have got an opening there. Meanwhile, still trying to leave Heaven. A little crash down for Xley there. I think he might have been trying to go over and onto the roof, but goes a little bit long. Icy still.
What are we doing?
You can't challenge him. That staircase. Nobody's learning the lesson, and he's got a little bit more to go. 7 rounds. He's only going to need the 2 to be able to put that one down. Picks up 3 more. Is he going to find some ammunition in the box? Just managed to get it on board. Has 2 more upstairs as well to refresh on.
Ida have to push out. I think they realized that their time was coming to an end. But Xley, what are we playing at? As Icy gets up to 5 eliminations, one of the highest score counts in the lobby, barring Kara with 8. Like you say, controlling down towards those south slopes. Reckon Kara's been fairly quiet. And Icy, I think, gets a little bit too big for his boots there, John.
I mean, they got 5 elims, and a lot of them were from Icy, so a little bit of an eco check there may be necessary to stop him getting too big-headed. Hopefully S2G can keep things going, because they also are potentially in contest for a point spot qualification. Ulf do go down. Regnum Karya, though, in the lead as it stands on the Turkey regional points. But if they're in first, second, or third, then that's going to get bumped down to S2G again, potentially. should be focusing on this roll-up as Regnum Kaya tests straight through the middle of Asgard. And it is going to be Ragnarok sent their way. Goodness me, Regnum Kaya trundling on over.
Yeah, I mean, for Regnum Kaya, smoke's down. They did lose Wild. Which doesn't bode well for him, considering Wild being alive is like a lucky blessing. Your survival time. Loxy's going to wrap back, though. Predicting that teams are going to wrap that way. Early warning system available for the team. Yeah, I think Regnum Kaya, Besiktas, Ida, main teams that count. Kara, with the support of the entire crowd right now.
I feel like Kara potentially in one of the strongest spots here. If they can get rid of Ida on that northeast flank, right? That descent from heaven is still out in the blue zone. Kara have a little bit of terrain to play around, these long open slopes. Depending on what sort of vehicle cover they can find, could go well for them. The rooftops for Jetgo, not quite connecting on Merciless, and they haven't really got anything done so far this match. But on the north side, they're a major threat to Besiktas.
Emre from Ida. Not enough of a scout. I think a lot of teams really struggling to figure out where to play right now. There's not a lot of space that is exactly wonderful to drop into. That Wolf call. Honors, it's getting as much information as possible. It's just small dips, defilés to work with right now, rocks, a bit of hard cover. Yeah, not easy.
I think Regnum Kaya know that they can't really make progress on the west side of the road here, so making inroads to the east edge, probably a better bet for them. And Loxy launching nades in, going to soften Ida up. And Kara going to the other side of that compression, and Ida going to squirt out the side there. Unfortunately, get picked up there. Mopped up with a spray down from Geo, from Regnum Kaya as well, but Loxy gets a little bit too bold. Jetgo do get traded on. Towards, so that should temper their aggression somewhat. But now it's all up to Emre. The muscles himself, see what he can do.
Looking to cut Regnum Kaya. Loxy does go down, as does Ida here. Kara still getting a lot done, but it's mostly Marso with 6 limbs on side. A really succinct little roll over towards Falcon. Simple Domak is under fire by everyone and is literally set ablaze upon a bonfire.
Not the ideal place to be. That's the Guy Fawkes treatment. It's a bad time.
It really is.
Besiktas, they've been hunkering down here for a while. They did lose Zeptimus, but they are still slap bang in the middle. Next circle will reveal itself in 4 seconds. 1 second. It's actually going to be right now. As we go up north, Regnum Kaya get a bit of luck there on a hard northeast shift.
They needed it. I mean, they've been struggling for a while now, but still at 3 players technically. I think teams know that they are struggling. They look like the weakened team, but that will give them a lot of time to work with. But like I said, it's really barren land. Zed Wolf does have a med kit to work with, but you can see there, it's practically all he's got. Luckily does have a big reset on both the helmets as well as the vests from the loot crate, which will provide some cover to the team.
Just a touch. Just a touch of cover. And that sometimes can be the difference maker. It can be a big difference maker. All of these teams looking to put pedal to metal. The fact that both Regnum Kaya and Besiktas are alive here, Blank, is kind of bad news for the rest of the lobby, right? There's a 13-point drop between Besiktas in 3rd place and Papra Supermassive in 4th. That's only going to extend with placements. Kara looking to try and chase that down, and finding a chicken dinner here would be a great way to do that. But the more that boundary separates, the more likely it is that they're not going to be able to catch up. Bro wants to put points on the board as well, and he's going to light up for 2 on the spray down. And they are going to find a little bit of an answer, and in come the rest of Bra for the backup. Regnum Kaya want to find the side angle shots, the third-party situation. Hops out, vehicle now at his back, plays on the hay bale, will survive for a little bit longer. Once not so lucky, and now it's a one-man storm trying to make something happen, but he's under a hail of bullets, and I don't think he's going to last too much longer. It's possible to put him down.
I mean, everyone else in the lobby just wants to pick up as many eliminations as possible. BRA sort of took the wrong time to be going for that one. Besiktas have lived for quite some time here. Kara now investing the nades in. Slightly too much leaning to the right-hand side. A little bit of information, though, and now they know it's on target. It's going to be a barrage of utility. And Besiktas should be going down here off the back of that. Rookie sends wide. They have to scatter.
I mean, this long open play has worked well for Kara. They've had so much control from the south flank. Nades over the top now to Besiktas. And I love this flex out over to the west side of the road from Marceau. He's got to get pushed in, but he's done so much work against Besiktas because of this angle. Covered off from Regnum Kaya, drops another smoke. He knows where his bread is buttered on that one. Having a good time. And he looks for Jet Go in the distance. He can fade away this one as well. Has the tree to cover the crossing.
I mean, for Regnum Kaya, this will be a real test for them. This is the 4-man squad of Kara. And this is where we'll know whether Regnum Kaya still has it in them. To get towards those grand finals. I think this is not an easy game. But there's certainly a possibility. They have to remove Kara from the equation, though. That's their only option. Besiktas down and time is running out, as now Jetgo's the only other distraction between them and Regnum Kaya.
Oh, Marceau again with the pace on that road crossing. Beautiful stuff. Bringing control back over towards Regnum Kaya's side. If they didn't send that flank out, Regnum Kaya move up to the roadside for free. But now they've got control over the high ground. They've got that open roadside undercover. And the nades from Regnum Kaya, they're going to be a little bit tempered.
Nice.
Marceau even getting shots up range. He does fall back with the rest of the team, though, and I feel like that might have been a misplay here. Gives Regnum Kaya an opening.
I mean, the fact that Loxy hits that headshot over towards Lewis as they come through is crazy. They really do not have much utility to work with, and that might be their undoing in this game. Sticky bomb sent out. It has to be a real long throw on that bad boy. Now just 2 teams remain. Jetgo did exit stage left. These will have to be some very quick shots coming through from Regnum Kaya. There is still smoke coming through as they come out. Jose is already down. Finding one off the rip, like you say. CEO over towards Zedwolf. He goes down. 2v2 now.
Two across the road from one another. Zedwolf potentially resable here, but it's a long time commitment, and the zone is coming. I don't think you can commit here. It's up to Silas and Loxy. Silas leading from the front with 5 elims for the team, but Marceau on a tear with 9, down on his belly, on the belt buckle, looking to try and stand up against Silas and Loxy. Will not find it there. Poser flushed away. Loxy making sure that those points are added to their tally. It's 13 elims for Regnum Kaya and 14 for Kara. Loxy steps up, can't connect on the spray, and it is Kara to be able to win the first trade. They find Silas down in the dirt, but he's good for 1. He's taken on Marceau, and Silas brings it back into a 1 versus 1. Goes for the spray, but Lewis is able to take him down, right down to the wire. It was nail-biting stuff, but Kara pleased the crowd and are able to take down Regnum Kaya.
I mean, for Loxy, that is a little bit of a misplay there. Silas isn't available to help him with that one. And I think they almost ruin their own chances because they cause problems in the Kara camp. As soon as they take out, I believe it was CEO who was knocked over towards Zedwolf's side. what I think is going through Kara's head there is, oh, they're going for the res. They're looking for the res that we need to speed things up. I don't think Loxy was expecting such an aggressive push coming through from the guys on Kara, but it's a smart decision to go for right there. They knew that. I think a lesser team would have got scared and doubled back, giving maybe time to get Zedwolf back up. But Kara realizes we have to go now. It's not ideal, but we just have to take the fight. They send the buggy up, get out early, and that was the tiny bit of cover that sat in between Lewis as well as Silas in that endgame. Very well done. Regnum Kai still get a big game off the back of that one, except Kara come out swinging.
And they add the second wolf portrait to the table, side by side, looking at one another here. Look at that. Hey, get out of the way. We don't look at that. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're going to be facing off. I feel like that is pretty cool. It's right in the middle. Having a good time with that. Beautiful stuff, and what a crowd pleaser as well to finish it off. Big Elim games from both of these two teams. I liked as well that Regnum Kaya had that discipline to go for those flushes, right? In that scenario, they were able to pick up those points, make sure they were up to 13 Elims in second place. Still a very good game overall for them in terms of their point scoring, and they shouldn't be too displeased with that. I'll be interested to see where that lands Kara, though, in respect to Besiktas, who were in third place.
Yeah, I will be interested to see where it does play. So I think for Kara, it's a nice increase of points total for the team. But for Regnum Kaya, they're catching up. They're definitely catching up. It's consistent game after consistent game here for Regnum Kaya. I think that it's getting to the point now where it's no longer a case of, oh, Regnum Kaya is in the conversation. They are being very loud right now. They're not exactly taking over the entirety of the talks, but they are always there as a voice in the room. And I think Ulf is definitely the leader right now. They're the one doing the TED Talk. But I do think that the Regnum Kaya consistently being in like a top 5 game after game after game after game is impressive stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that I think in general, Kara played a very impressive game, that game. Particularly, they played that open terrain. Look, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I did bring them up when I was talking about who was going to win, you know, just adding to my prediction record. Check that one off. John did really well. And I do need the praise for that because it's something that I would dearly very much like. And I'll give it to myself. Self-congratulatory as ever. But that was really great stuff from Kara, who I will praise even more than I'm praising myself right now, for being able to navigate that open ground. I think Marso obviously particularly strong across all of that game. I did feel like Silas might have had that one. But in the end, no. It's going to be Marso, right? On the MVP. 10 Elims in the end of the match. 1,231 damage. This guy was a major factor into why they were able to win this.
Yeah, I think for Marso, the immediate switchbacks between side to side was really good. 10 Elims, like, cannot understate how good that is of a game here on Erangel. I think Marso, without him, it would have been definitely a situation where they would have got overwhelmed because they wouldn't have control on both sides of the road quick enough. And he was instantly back and forth, constantly using his vehicle as cover, constantly putting his vehicle in positions where it wasn't going to get destroyed as well, which is super important for him to maintain maneuverability on the map. So yeah, really cool stuff from Marcel that game.
Absolutely. It's top of the tables on all fronts there, on all the fighting statistics. He is on top. 2 nade elims there, 279 distance. It's a close range game there. Sub 300 as the longest range distance elim. You don't see that too often. And it just goes to show how close everyone had to fight, right? And I think a lot of that is to do with the fact that the Heaven compound was such a heavy focal point.
Yeah, I mean, especially in that location as well, where it's dips into areas where you want to crawl up, have a little bit of cover. Most of the time when you're fighting, you're right up in each other's faces because you're using smokes to deny sight lines. You're doing everything you can to make sure that by the time you start fighting, you're probably in nade range, so you're not taking shots anyway.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case. I mean, you create this sort of weird buffer zone around such a high ground dominant position in the situations where people are getting those 300 to 400 meter elims, right? And it is much more difficult to go for it. Taking a look at the chicken dinner stats here, you can see Lewis being a little bit of a silent partner there to Marso with 940 damage, but only the 2 elims to be shown for it. Maybe some of those were, some of that damage was sunk away to other teams' elim counts, but in general, still very, very strong. And Marso definitely the star of the show.
Yeah, 100%. Again, it's a very respectable damage count. We're almost reaching 3k on that game, I believe. I think it's very close, at least. Look, I think they might have just breached it by like maybe.
I think you're just shy.
Single digits, maybe.
You're right on the boundary. It's somewhere in there. I haven't done the maths. I pulled out my calculator last time for the massive.
Give me the calculations.
Oh no, I'm going to lose it because the graphic's going to go. And I'm going to not have it.
Oh, keep this up, keep this up, keep this up, keep this up.
940. Remember the last 2 numbers. 662 plus
120. 120.
Oh no, it's 2,953. It is so close.
It was close. Very
so close to that 3k.
Very shy. Yeah.
Still, very impressive stuff coming through from Karo. And again, I think their open ground play was impeccable. I think that I have no faults on it.
Yeah, I think just shy of 3k still damn good on Erangel. Not always easy to hit that marker. Something you more see on maybe like a Sandhawk, which is now dead. R.I.P. R.I.P. Sandhawk. But I think that if we see more games like we have just seen over in Erangel and Rondo today, this is going to be a very, very exciting day of PUBG Mobile. Extremely exciting. I can't believe just how much has come through right now in terms of point scoring, in terms of critical teams towards the top side of the lobby. Ulf did fairly well that game. I do think they didn't do fairly well. What I mean to say is that they were still looking very confident, but I do want them to not get too big for their boots, because that game felt like they saw TMB, they're like, we're just gonna roll them. We're rolling. And they did. They lost a player off it. And I don't think they had to lose catch there. I think they could have really suffocated TMB inside that building and then slowly picked their way through them before having to make a move. Because immediately after that, they were like, oh, we're going to go for a crazy move over towards heaven.
Yeah, I mean, that seemed to be the next launching point. I think it's I think it's interesting to think about what they were trying to achieve with it, right? Like, are they just trying to get that fight? Like, you can choke out that position, right, on TMB's compound, but is it going to be impeding in their future plans if they take all that time? Well, we'll never know, unfortunately, because they did go for it, and we are going to be heading to the stage. We'll see you guys in a minute.
We did have a lot of questions as we stand with Agar, one of the S2G superfans, and of course one of our WoW map designers. Now, as one of the world-famous map designers in WoW, I want to ask you, what inspired you to start designing maps in World of Wonder?
Diyor ki, ünlü bir WoW harita tasarımcısı olarak diyor, seni buna yönlendiren neydi? WoW haritalarını tasarlamaya nasıl başladın? Seni ne motive etti diye soruyor.
Aslında ben zaten küçükken tasarımlarla çok fazla ilgileniyordum. Sevdiğim bir oyuna da bu özellik eklenmesiyle beraber daha çok motive oldum. Daha çok tasarım yapmaya başladım. Aynı zamanda zaten 2 kere dünyanın en iyi WoW tasarımcısı seçildim.
So, from my understanding of Turkish so far, he's been a designer for a very long time, ever since he was a kid. And when World of Wonder came out as well, he just found the way to kind of fuel that creativity, and he was just constantly diving in, creating maps, one right after the other. Now, when it comes to the way that you express your support for S2G, how do you manage to do that? And when it comes to it, how do you design maps when it comes to S2G and showcasing their capabilities throughout your designs?
Davut diye şöyle soruyor. Tabii bütün dünyanın merak ettiği sorular bunlar. O da sadece Türkiye'de değil, dünyanın her yerinde izlendiğimiz için İngilizce olarak da o merak edenlere çevirisini yapıyor Davut. Şu şekilde sordu. S2G'ye olan desteğini harita tasarımıyla göstermeye nasıl karar verdin? Bu fikir ilk aklına nasıl geldi diye sordu.
Öncelikle S2G çok büyük bir kulüp. Aynı zamanda çok büyük bir taraftar kitlesine sahip. Ve bildiğiniz üzere Türkiye'deki tek dünya şampiyonu S2G Spor.
From my understanding, it's just from his love and from his support for the organization, for the players. That's kind of what's been driving him to constantly create those maps and again showcasing in the designs of the maps. I want to say glimmers of S2G around the map, which is honestly it's incredible to see. Now, among all the maps that you've designed,
World champion S2G he said.
oh, of course. They have been the champions before, and I'm curious, can they do it again? We'll find out in this tournament. Now, when it comes to all the maps that you've designed for S2G, which one do you consider your favorite from the that you've created so far?
S2G için tasarladığın tüm haritalar arasında sence hangisi takım ruhunu en iyi yansıtan, yani senin için en özel olan hangisiydi diyor.
Bir harita tasarlamıştık. Şu an 400 bine yakın oynaması var hatta. Orada oyuncular oynayarak, oyuncak ördekleri vurarak reflekslerini geliştirebiliyorlardı. Hatta eminim ki sadece S2G taraftarı değil, çoğu taraftar o haritayı oynamıştır. Benim için en özel olan harita muhtemelen odur.
Alkış yok mu?
He said he doesn't do it just for the organization, he does it for the fans. He doesn't see like there's one unique one specifically. He's a fan of a lot of his own creations. Now, when it comes to the maps that you've had the chance to create, have any of the S2G players or the fans had an opportunity to try out the maps that you have created?
Tasarladığın haritaları, S2G oyunları ya da hani hayranlarını deneme fırsatı nasıl buldu diyor. Yani diyor ki tasarladığın haritaları, S2G oyuncuları ya da hayranları deneme fırsatı buldu mu? Yani bunu soruyor. Bir de en çok aklında kalan yani comeback, geri dönüş şey neydi diyor. Yani en çok aklında kalan geri dönüş neydi diyor.
Buna da aynı cevabı vereceğim. Az önce bahsetmiş olduğum o ördek vurmaca haritası dediğim gibi 400 bin kişi tarafından oynandı. Ve son derece olumlu yorum aldı. Yaklaşık olarak 5 üzerinden 4.6 yıldızı vardı onun.
So a lot of people, from the numbers that I've seen, and I've heard it's around 400,000 plus people had the opportunity to try out the maps, which is kind of crazy, and just goes to show how massive a fan base that S2G has, how massive a fan base that Pubgmobile has, not just in Turkey, but also around the world. Now, being an S2G fan, what has that taught you? Whether it's creativity, persistence, or something else entirely. What have you learned being a fan of S2G?
Bir S2G hayranı olmak sana sabır, azim, yaratıcılık veya başka konularda ne öğretti? Yani sana ne öğretti?
Ya şimdi şöyle, az önce de söyledim. Türkiye'deki tek dünya şampiyonu S2G. Benim de bu takıma layık bir WoW tasarımcısı olmam gerekiyordu. Bu sebepten dolayı tabii ki S2G'yi seçecektim. Başka seçeceğim takım olduğunu düşünmüyorum.
I mean, you're talking about the only organization in Turkey to be crowned a world champion. This is what S2G's legacy has been so far, and being a fan of them has just made me push myself to the limits, and I want to be enough for them. I want to be as good as they have been on the international stage and in previous competitions. And you know what? I like that. And now S2G, they still have an opportunity to come out on top and maybe even make it to PMGC. Now, if S2G wins the championship, what kind of map design would you make to celebrate that moment for the organization? It's not going to be easy, but I want to see what the overall leaderboard looks like. But they still do have a chance.
I understand, Toki.
If I understand true, şöyle bir şey soruyor. Diyor ki eğer S2G bu yıl şampiyon olursa bu zaferi kutlamak için nasıl bir harita tasarlamak isterdin? Right?
Aslında bu sürpriz olacaktı ama bir ipucu verecek olursam bütün oyuncularımız, bütün e-sporcularımızın portrelerini oyun içerisinde tasarlayarak orada kendileri oyuna girdiğinde kendi portföylerini görüp oyun oynayabilecekler.
Wow, I like that. He said it's gonna be a surprise, but I'll give you a hint. I would want to see, you know, using the images of the players all around the map and just showcasing them. And you know, I absolutely love that. Thank you very much, Agar, for joining us.
And I want my photo also.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Can you put me in Bilky hand as well, please? Okay, that'd be perfect.
If you put my photo, I will be very happy, my friend. Okay, please try this.
Okay, we're gonna have a conversation about that.
Neden olmasın abi? Yeter ki eski şampiyon olsun.
Arkadaşlar, herkese başarılar diliyorum. Gerçekten S2G dünya şampiyonu olarak bizim ülkemizi çok iyi temsil ettiği için onlarla da gurur duyuyoruz. İnşallah bakalım, ama her zaman söylediğimiz gibi en çok hak edenin kazanacağı 2025 Avrupa Şampiyonası'nın içindeyiz. Hak eden kazansın diyoruz. Hepsiyle gurur duyuyoruz. Dünya şampiyonluğu için emin adımlarla giden takımlarımıza başarılar diliyoruz.
Son bir şey söyleyeceğim abi. Benim buraya gelmemde bu taraftarın payı çok büyük. Onlara buradan çok ama çok teşekkür ediyorum.
If I came here for these fans, he says.
You know what? I love every single one of the fans that we have here in the complex arena. Agar, thank you very much for joining us. We're now going to head on over back to the analyst desk and get ourselves started with our third match of the day. See you there.
And welcome back. Thank you very much to the stage. That interview, we are going to be heading ever forwards towards our terminal destination here at these finals. Of course, with the smash ruling, that could be any time in day 3. We'll have to wait and see. But it seems like Ulf are still going to be atop the pack. With that last game, though, I feel like Kara may have made their mark on the tables and might be in with a chance of jumping up towards one of those podiums. A couple of highlights from that last game, and it was some high elim games from both Kara and Regnum Karya.
It was indeed. I mean, there definitely was some pretty big highlights from this game for one player in particular here, and it is Marceau, who is dominating the highlight clip reel right now after an incredible performance from himself. Lewis as well was doing some great work, a lot of damage from him, but not a huge conversion rate on their side. Icy also single-handedly holding out 2 teams, which is kind of crazy overall. Regnum Karya were doing their best. I think Regnum Karya didn't have the greatest of spots on the map, but they held their own regardless.
Yeah, their scout out back to the east to flex out towards Ida, I think was really strong and obviously showed great leadership from Silas and great execution from the rest of his team. Excellent communication is the key to that one. And I really did feel like Silas might have had it in the cover, turned out to be long to defend from it. Match rankings here, 27 points at the top for Kara. A really needed infusion of points to add to the and Regnum Karya should be away ahead. She got 6 points, which is respectable, but apparently we're on a big game day today. So there you go.
Yeah. 27 points seems to be the magic Turkish number right now for these teams. A big 27 yesterday for Ulf in match 2. And a big 27 for Kara here in match 2 today as well, which is super interesting to see. But I think for Regnum Karya, getting 19 points is fairly significant considering our third place team only walked away with just 6 total. So we're starting to see a real small amount of teams pulling away from the crowd now. Whereas the rest of the teams just cannot quite keep up.
I mean, it's with these big games, right? That's why this is happening. We saw Ulf with now having 2 the 2 biggest games, in fact, tied second place biggest game, right? Overall, with 27 points on that match 2 yesterday, and obviously 32 points at the start of today. They have passed that 100-point barrier. Regnum Karya up in 84 points. Look at that drop-off still. And Besiktas just about holding on to third place because Kara are knocking on the door of grabbing one of those gauntlet spots.
Yeah, hot on the heels here. And I think for Ulf as well, being on 102 down to 84 for Regnum Karya, Last game, it was only a 40-point difference. I was going to say only for a second. Then, what am I talking about? But yeah, it was a gigantic 40-point difference between those squads. And it felt insurmountable. But Regnum Kai, I think this is the worrying thing for Ulf, is that Ulf is able to get these big games, big window games, where you can see they have 74 elims. They absolutely go crazy on some of these matches. But the difference is that Regnum Kai, it feels like they're not really running out of breath here. They are constantly catching up in the distance. No matter what kind of big sprints Ulf's making, Regnum Kaya is just got a steady jog on at the moment. Kara taking up the rear right now with 60 points. They are getting closer and closer to the target. Besiktas gets so. Again, it is just like some decent games here and there, but I don't think there's been any kind of like amazing moments.
Yeah, it's something that does need to be there, apparently, if you want to be in those top three. Down towards the bottom of these tables, 24 points for IW Next Ruya. They're playing badly, blank. That is what we have, what we've divined over the course of these games. And maybe I'll bring it up once a match. We'll see. S2G on 41 points here, trying to break into the top of the tables. And again, they are still in contention for qualification, not necessarily through the gauntlet, to the gauntlet spots at the top, but through the Turkey region points, right? Because they are contesting directly with Ulf and Regnum Kaya. Sure, they're quite far behind both of those two teams, but given the fact that Ulf and Regnum Kaya are not unlikely to be getting gauntlet spots directly, S2G are now competing with Ida, with Kara, with Papra Supermassive, and these are the four teams that are really looking to try and contest on those Turkey points. So S2G fans out there, all is not lost. They still have a chance. It's the question of, can they out-earn Ida? And well, after that game, they might struggle to out-earn Kara, because you can see the top four gunslingers. Well, this table has been adapted to the performance on Rondo.
Yeah, I mean, for 3 players coming through from Ulf, all in the top 4 gunslingers, and Loxy only just really making it in there. 74 damage to 77 from Scarface. But yeah, it is incredible to see 3 players from Ulf all on the top 4 gunslingers of this page. More so Aaron with 4.8k damage. That's going to be hard to keep up with. I don't know, maybe like 3.25k damage, which is very, very close. But Loxy just about is able to grab that 4th place spot. Keeping Regnum Kaya in the running.
Absolutely. They're still, being repped. And it kind of goes to what you were talking about before, right? That sort of that steady, interminable pace that they are seemingly able to keep up as we spot our S2G fans. They're not that hard to spot. They're all in bright purple and white shirts and big flags. Kara, sure, they've got a darker shirt color to them, but they are making themselves known, and their fan base happy with that last match.
Yeah. Again, I think for S2G, there's just not enough happening right now. And that's the issue for them, is that there is some moments where you look at them and like, that was a good play. That was a good move. But there is not enough. It's the key word is there is some moments. And I think that for S2G, it's not consistent enough to keep going forward. When you look at, for instance, Regnum Kaya, where you just cannot keep this team down, that's what's going to really assist that squad when you move through to, for instance, PMGC Gauntlet. A team that is just indomitable in terms of point scoring. They are not falling behind, because every single game, top 5, top 6, top 3, top 2, chicken dinner, it's happening eventually. Going to come through. I also do really like the one thing I'm seeing a lot now recently, John, which is that the boys on that team are starting to invest a little bit more into Zed Wolf's signature playstyle, which is taking those really long off angles and going for some insane shots. I don't think that was the case before, and I think that whoever made that decision on the team coming into today is a very smart cookie. Because I think if you're going to get Zed Wolf on the team, you have to take advantage of his strengths. You can't slot him in, expect him to play like Sarah did. You can't expect him to play like Toshbik did. You have to let him play to his own strengths, which that absolutely is. So does the rest of the team have to mold around that a little bit? Sure, but you are getting a big positive out the back of it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that Zed Wolf has seemingly, they found that little something that they needed, and it seemed to be, just allow him to do what he enjoys doing. And what's interesting is he's not necessarily being this sort of bright burning front runner on the team because he's doing that. He's giving opportunity to the rest of his team rather than being the one that needs to get all of those points as well as breaking those opportunities open, which is the power that he's found in response to what Regnum Kaya are utilizing him for. He's able to utilize them to really have an impact on the rest of the team's performance. And I think that is the exact synergy that we've been talking about for Zed Wolf, missing and wanting for a while now. Can he keep going, though? Can Regnum Kaya make their way up to the highest heights to match, go blow for blow with Ulf? Well, they'll have an opportunity to do so here as we are reaching our halfway point match blank. It is match 3 on the day, match 9 on the set, and we'll see where the chips fall. A hard Southern Plain path.
You're right, John. This is where we break the halfway point for all these teams. Tough playing path, honestly, very, very tough playing path down towards the south side. Makes getting it towards Severny really difficult, but more importantly, makes a lot of these vehicle pickups very, very tough. It's likely we'll see Anathosis as well as TMB clash in terms of trying to get vehicles early on. There'll be teams fighting over farm, but for Regnum Kaya, there is a scary portion for Ulf here where they match them in points performance. If Ulf cannot have another good game, because again, it does come straight back to yesterday where Ulf has like these breakout performances, but they don't have them all the time. Their points come in big checks. In between those big checks, very little is going into the points bank account.
Yeah, it's going to need to be topped up. Hopefully they got some savings. Pop that one through. Ooh, we saw a very similar circle to this before blank, and this was the Noisy Boys win, right? On a circle like this where they played up towards Observatory. It's generally fairly unlikely, again, that it will head to Military. That time it did. And it really favored the Noisy Boys, who played a blinder, all things considered, and actually earned a lot of their points on that match. So we'll see if they can try and repeat that. I don't imagine we're going to get 2 Military games off this circle, but you know what? I spoke too soon last time, so I'm not going to make that prediction fully. I'm stepping back from it. I'm not committing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not unlikely that we get a Sosnovka finish on this one. It doesn't encompass the entirety of it, but it absolutely could move that way. It is just the stage 2 decision, right? If we get a southern shift on the circle, I think at that point it is statistically likely that it's going to be a Sosnovka finish. So we're really just waiting for the stage 2 circle to come. And I think those teams would actually prefer to see Sosnovka finish on this one. It is going to be a bit of a crush playing over towards farm, over towards Milter. Teams having to play around shelter is always a little bit uncomfortable.
Certainly can be. If you get into a sticky spot. I mean, so far, for Anathosis Famagusta, with the Noisy Boys this time around, I think there's less impetus to get on the road fast, which is why we're not seeing early on the Military Island. Teams seem to have settled now. Regnum Kaya actually getting into the east portion of Roshok fairly late. They are now at 3 minutes or so and just about starting to get their looting phase on. I think the same story is going to be true for a few of our teams here, though. But they may be the last to be in position as it stands. Papra Supermassive maybe also a bit slow there, but they're closer to the center.
I think we are just waiting for stage 2 of this. That's our only thing we can do here, really, whilst we wait for teams to get looted up. And I think most teams really at this point in the finals. They studied the rotations from yesterday. Like you said, we've had a very similar circle in the past, so teams know roughly where other teams are going to be. I think we're going to have a little bit of a quiet early game here. Very clear front runners right now in Kara, Besiktas, Regnum Kaya, as well as Ulf. Regnum Kaya and Kara. I'm surprised we didn't get confused on the last game while saying that, but I'm going to try and ignore that and pretend I never said that.
I think it's because I'm so used to Regnum Kaya as a thing. You know, they've been around for so long as an organization.
Yeah.
It didn't even cross my mind. But now you've polluted our minds with a potential
I know,
misstep.
right? Root cause problems.
You really have.
I guess I'd also potentially throw Papra Supermassive into the mix there.
Okay.
And it is, we really are just looking at the top 6 right now. And if we were to close out the top 6 right now, I think that's not a terrible top 6. I think it would be a shame if the Falcons don't go through to PMC.
I mean, they're getting the points qualification most guaranteed from Western Europe. They have a 136-point head start against Anathosis Famagusta, who's the other team that could potentially make it. So it's very, it will almost certainly be seeing them in the league stages, in the group stages of PMGC. But yeah, it would still be a bit of a disappointment.
Yeah, I meant more in the sense of going through to the gauntlet, because then you have like your big potential to just immediately shift through to the finals off the back of that. But yeah, I think off points scoring alone, they are very, very safe in that sense. But that being said, I think that they would much prefer to look to get a top 5 in this tournament, if not just for confidence sake.
Yeah. I think that's definitely something that will weigh on their mind, right? That they'll be thinking about in terms of moving forwards. They do have a lot of global experience, and of course the global lobby is a different game, right? Like you play, you have to play very differently when you bring in all the flavors from around the world of different IGLing styles, different rotational paths that are sort of more meta in various different regions. And as well, when you bring in teams from the PEL as well, who are a much more insularized gameplay set. It can really change things up. So maybe they'll have a better chance there. But if PMWC is anything to go by, it's still not looking good for the Falcons.
I will say this, though, and it's completely unbiased, by the way. Like, actually unbiased. Looking at all the other PMSL Fall splits, I think PMSL EU actually has one of the most difficult rosters to play against. We have, I think, barring maybe 4 teams here in the finals, I think a lot of these teams could play at an international level and do fairly decently. And I wouldn't put that past any of these squads. I think it's really, really tough for a lot of teams. And again, we bash on S2G. They are playing against ridiculously difficult teams. I mean, Regnum Kaya is a super squad in of itself. Ulf right now, another super squad. Papra Supermassive coming out from nowhere. Ida all have really good players on board. I think Ida's a very interesting one where, you know, they lost Aaron Shaw. You pick up Matt Cap, who honestly was putting Fireflux on his back last season. But you also have Darkin on that team. And I think Darkin is a very underrated player who was outshone by Aaron a lot of times, despite doing really, really well in a lot of the games.
Yeah, so seemingly this mid-season shuffle has had quite a big impact across the board on a lot of our rosters. Some better than others, it has to be said, but for now, there have been some real standout pickups, and obviously Aaron, like you highlighted there, one of the most impactful onto the Fireflux roster. S2G losing a lot of power, but that's got to feel like a little bit of a sting. Emre spray down out into the open. A lot of road combat going on right now. Ooh, Darkin spotted. Yakta able to clock in from X-Lane. Breaking out into blue to try and get that off angle with Emre. Darkin very exposed. Yeah, they're just ascending. They're confirming the point here. No reason not to. too far off in the distance for the rest of Ida. I'll lose the player because of it.
And we move up. So Nora Sosnovka finish up towards farm side and shelter. I think it moving over towards the west here does help out a lot of teams that don't want to play around shelter, play around prison split, which is rough. But there is only a few really nice compounds. Sadly, it's not west enough that you have some of those prominent positions like east side of Pachinki. The compound just the west side of Falcons there is very nice, but how likely is it going to be? How likely is it going to be in the next circle? I don't think very high.
It's going to be really tricky. S2G adding some points, and Ida kind of, they've been out of one combat zone into another, and Soulcase's got to waste no time in confirming that. Ida having a real rough time here, and S2G happy to get the point. Hey, look at that. They're on the front page now. A big jump. But you could see there's a massive tiebreaker in the middle of the table. 7, 8, 9, all on 42 points. And this middle glut is very, very tightly packed here, right? Still, you've got Ida up on 48 points now. And that's gainable by, I mean, even down to like 13th place, right?
Yeah, I think Kara's kind of the breakout point for a lot of teams. If you get past 4th place, then suddenly you're in the running with the big boys of the lobby. With Besiktas, Regnum, Kari, and Ulf. Arguably Kara now, but again, you have to consider that Kara just came off a 27-point game. So other than that, they have been fairly low on the leaderboards.
Yeah.
But Papros Massive definitely looking for something a little bit stronger. Anathosis, Famagusta, what an easy camp for them on the bridge over towards TMB. I feel like they should have expected this.
I mean, they know that they dropped there. They know that they're on that rotational path. Sure, that maybe not expecting them to be holding out, maybe thinking, okay, we'll get further over. But this is another bad game for the Noisy Boys, and their chances of points qualification starting to slip now. They will need to bring out some big games, which we have seen from them, but they did have a lot of circle luck to help them last time that happened. They were given the observatory game and did profit well off it, but they'll be praying for another one of those. Unfortunately, don't think it's going to be this time. There's 2G, spot IWNRX, and potentially some easy prey here. A soft target.
Just getting away as fast as possible. And Swain really did open himself up to be knocked there. Lucky to get away with his life. Circle shifts down towards farm. And Regnum Kaya is absolutely blasting their way down there. Nitrous propelled into action. But they don't go too far. I think they spot IWNRX blocking their way through. They opt to sit on the north side, potentially lock out some teams from that northwest. Falcons were very slow to the punch. They have been in this position for quite some time, and I think they're still considering their next move. It's a little bit of a hesitant decision that they're making.
Yes, potential to have allowed teams to move in there before them and can make their lives a little bit more difficult at the moment. I mean, IWNRX right in the middle. Unfortunately, they've got only 3 players to be playing around. But a lot of the area around them is going to be very well protected by the high ground angles on the buildings, from that farm, from that Milta angle. Could be very difficult to try and push on towards them. And you can see they are in that wizard tower. And Kara do have full surround on it, which means that anybody rolling up are going to be taking heavy punishment from Kara in the meantime.
A quick stock of the surrounding ground. IWNRX did make their way towards center circle, but they lost a player for it. And I think that kind of play is not worth it, personally. BRA dropping down to 14th. We talked about them before, and they're still continuing to hemorrhage players here, down to 3. I think X-Slave probably the team that I think that they're just the worst out of the group. It is fortunate to see. I think the difference between them and IWNRX, considering like IWNRX is technically doing worse than them. However, IWNRX is consistently trying to make plays, whereas I think X-Slay, on the other hand, they're picking up scraps. Like, they're not playing to win points.
I think I'd agree with that assessment. I think that IWNRX are fumbling the things that they're trying to do. Yeah, whereas it's just passive losses coming through from Exley. Which is, I've just repeated what you've just said there, which is good for me.
No, you just kind of like reworded it, that's fine.
Yeah, I like it. Ulf with a challenge from S2G, wrapping around behind, but Ulf wanting to get further forwards in, probably not wanting to stick around too long on that northwestern side. They'll crunch a little bit closer to Regnum Kaya, a little bit further southeast, and closer to it. Bra, with their split across the road, you can see they're on 2-2 right now. Have Besiktas in Milta, a little bit up against the ropes here with the blue zone just out to their east side. And a lovely spray down from Quantum over to Boran to find him through the window.
Circle off towards the southwest. Falcons actually, although it was a hesitant decision, it took a little while to make, and I think that that's the case of Ralph being worried on his decision making scout, whether it was good or not. They do make it through. They're making a straight shot for the beachhead. I think it's a smart play to go for. They're going to get behind Anathosis Famagusta. They can play from this position quite some time. Good stuff. Very good stuff. I presume Massive have similar ideas, though, on their eastern side. Asgard moved down towards Sharkfin. They'll have a pretty decent go at it from there. Unfortunately, they are locked out from the action for quite some time. You're not going to be getting too much information from that area either, but it is safe, and that is a big bonus.
Absolutely. You will take safety if that is what is on offer here. It's Papra Supermassive, unfortunately, ending their game again. Having a bit of a rough day so far. I mean, they were able to do a bit over the course of it, and 14 points, to be fair, in the first two matches, but going 0 on this game is far from ideal. Yekta trying to challenge, but that's not going to happen. Ulfa peeking out the windows left and right and every which way, and they'll add a second point to their tally. That will put them up to 104 there, right at the top of the table.
I'm a bit skeptical. Come on. You have to take the shots here. He was sat inside the vehicle.
Oh, no.
Easy pickup. Airburst on the nade. Goes a little bit far. Does a good amount of damage, but for S2G, this is seriously slow gameplay. Solke takes a big hit. They're playing underneath. Navallo has a nade. Once primed in the hands of Icy, though. Good nade towards the backside. Will find Solke. Delayed slightly, but the bounce is good. And Icy hits the deck. One final player inside is Hamzy G. Not usually the last alive for S2G, but he will be the last to fall here versus the Falcons.
But Jekko are not third-partying this, which I find incredible here. They are standing on the outside and waiting for this to finish. Koa will put the final round through, but it's only Narvalo down, and Jekko seemingly wasting an opportunity there where they could have found an opening. Finally, S2G are fully eliminated and out of the running, and Falcons in with a solid compound on the northwest side. I do think that was a misplay from Jekko to not go in there, but still, they'll stay alive, and maybe that's what they were hoping to do more.
Off the distance. I mean, they're trying to get involved, and they have to get involved from that position as well. Don't have much choice. Regnum Kaya slowly getting their players back up to a healthy position after they lost some players, and once again another player is down, immediately laid low. That's from Fenerbahce throwing nades over the top. Another player down and out, and that's a 2-2 split they've got going on. The only way they get those two players back up now is if Zed Wolf as well as Silas head across. It'll be a bold move. They are making the cross now.
Yeah, it's a chance to maybe get on through. I'm not seeing big elimination feeds here, but Regnum Kai having a tough time still on those reses. Still looking for it. Fenerbahce close to the circle. We're going back up north. And Kara in prime location here, Blank. They are going to have a real big opportunity to convert off another big game. But can they earn the points they need here? Besiktas will be on their southeast flank with 4 players alive, and they've already started to turn up the heat a little bit underneath on the south side.
Ralph. We'll look downwards. This is a nasty circle for most teams, honestly. Moving over towards the northeast here. Another knock over towards Regnum Kai as they try and assault the building that Falcons have been playing in. So far, this has been a pretty damn good match for the Falcons. Holding out multiple teams. Yes, they've lost a player, but that comes with the business that they are in right now, which is holding on to this compound, onto this fortress. Setting up like sentries.
They will have to try and keep that oversight. Try and keep it under control. When you're next door, Kara and Ulf, it's a pretty gnarly situation to want to get involved in there. So we'll see if anyone can make it through on that south boundary. And Besiktas are getting plinked away by Bra, who are playing as 3. But the approach from Besiktas, yeah, I think this is a maybe done deal for them. I don't think this approach is going to work out for them. Another one falls, another one flushed. And the points are being divided, divvied amongst the opponents that they see around them. Falcons aren't done just yet either, though. On the northwest side, they are now up to 6 elims blank and playing pretty well here. Jetco with 4 players alive. Have 3 players to deal with on their south, but they're much closer to the edge.
I mean, Anathos has just had to leave from this awkward compound on the southwest. I think they would have been better off like trying to angle around the beachhead. But even then, the sightlines are still there for them. Solus getting taken down by Simple Domak from Fenerbahce. Ulf have got fairly decently far into this game. But yeah, Jetko's been a bit passive here on that north side. Not really gone for too many third parties. Hasn't really tried to have a say in over towards the Falcons either. Who are suffering for utility and supplies, that's to be sure.
It's crazy that Ulf have managed to get into another central position here. They found a defilade, they found the ditch, and they're playing around it. Surviving, 9 teams remaining, and it's unlikely that they're going to be within the next few to fall, especially with the Falcons' angle onto Anathos' Famagusta here. Jetko putting pressure on that northwestern side, that 3-point fight on the west. Definitely going to be dangerous. Bra with a little bit more respite and the high rooftops that they're able to play around as well. Could be good. Oh, Asgard find a shot over towards Marceau. I wonder if he's going to be resable. Might have been quite far away from the rest of the roster, but I'm sure they'll put enough effort in to bring that one back up. And as if they needed more help. Kara again, central. Ulf as well, staying in their defilade.
Asgard down towards the southeast. I'm going to push out over towards Kara, who might be on for a back-to-back here, John, honestly, with the position they have. Hasn't been the most allowed of games, but why push the boat out too far when you have a position like this? I think Falcons will certainly struggle to get anywhere from their position. But 7 elims, it's been a good game regardless.
Yeah, it's something that they can be happy with, right? Finding those middle games. Kind of a Falcon specialty, seemingly, over the course of this tournament. Maybe a little bit less so in the last few, but we'll keep up the pace. We'll see if they can keep things going. Because, I mean, they started the day on 38 points, right? And they're up to 49 already, including these points. So only 4 points in the first 2, which isn't great, but we're going to try and make up for that here. Out an 8 point? Maybe. Looks for a 9th as well, and they'll find it. Spray down, and Anathos' Famagusta are eliminated. Placement points now starting to kick in, and our teams will be happy to see them.
It's a pretty well wrapped there from the Falcons. And getting 9 points off the back of that is really good because they should have been down and out on making this push. So for the Falcons to be able to get that done, very, very well done. They get a little bit of health back as well. I mean, they are running on fumes at the moment, John. There's not much left in the tank, but they are taking it as far as it will go.
It's something they'll try their best to do.
Okay.
A knockout to Scarface. There you go. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Look what Aaron's got his hands on. That's nasty. Add an airdrop into the middle of Ulf. Why not? You know? That seems fair. Give him the Lynx AMR.
1 shot, 1 elim. They do finish off Scarface. And Aaron with a really well-placed grenade at distance. will clean out another. I'm trying to hold the line underneath the Falcons at 10. This is... I don't even really care if they go down right now. This has been a very cool match from the Falcons. Finally, Jetgo start to get involved. It's a late entrance to the circle, or late entrance to the party.
Ooh, and they could have done it earlier, but Jetgo do finally take down the Falcons now, and they are playing on as 4, so maybe it was the right call after all to stick on the outside of that one, not get too involved. IWNRX have been surviving, they've got 2 elims, but now they're burning and they're dying. It's going bad as they take a turn on the northern side.
In the Wizard Tower, really needing to cast heal on themselves right now.
It's not a wizard spell. What are you talking about? That's druids, clerics, bards even, but never a wizard.
A wizard can cast heal?
No. Never.
Yeah.
Nah, definitely not.
What do you mean?
That's illegal. They got a multi-class to do that.
No.
Oh yeah, good point. Actually. Hadn't thought that.
A wizard is a user of magic.
Okay.
Healing encompasses magic.
So are doctors wizards?
Do
Basically.
doctors use magic?
I don't know, but they do heal. And over on the northwest side, we do get a shift a little bit away from the Kara Ulf counterposing points that we've seen so far. Last player from IWNRX a little bit more sticky than the rest of the roster in their tower of unknown origin. Jetgo playing on the ground floor. Haven't been able to deal with him just yet. Kara just taking a look at this and thinking, what are you guys even doing in there? Symphony hops out for another, and we'll be able to finally take down the last player as IWNRX do fall. We're down to 5 teams remaining. Bra with 1 player, and I believe they're kind of out of the sticks right now. Are going to have a real tough time of things. Asgard on the south edge, trying to push past Ulf. And I say trying, because Aaron's there.
I mean, Aaron has been super pinpointing his nades, and there goes another. If he hits this third one, that'll be 3 in a row. Or he could just take the shots with a shotgun instead, but is cleaned up finally. I mean, Aaron was really putting the work in. Molotov goes through, Soul stepping up, side strafing. Mars takes a lot of damage. Jetgo will finish the job, and both Ulf and Asgard will go down in the midst of all that.
Ulf go down in 4th there as well, so they do get that extra placement. They ladder up a little bit higher. Kara looking to go back-to-back here, though, Blank, on their games, on Erangels here in match 9. And start off their campaign towards the gauntlet spots. Very worried about their north flank right now. And we'll see if they could spot the final player for Bra out and off in the distance, who has actually now made himself a lot more known. It's Storm, here with a nade, trying to cook it around the corner. Poser backs off, spots the breakout. CEO sees him break out wide, but Storm's playing safe. He strafes back in. The circle moves away from the compound, so they're going to have to think about how they want to make this one work. Poser in danger from a nade, and the bounce. Bobble is good. Over the top, there is an answer, but they can res. What do Jetgo do, though? Do they waste time like they did before, or do they go in?
Looks like they are playing so cautiously, so safe. And that is Jetgo to a T. They have really not taken any chances on this game, but it has sat them with 9 elims on the match, so it's not been unprofitable, right? You know, they've definitely held their cards more than they've played them, but that is still coming away with a big pot at the end of it. Kara attempting to leave, likely not a back-to-back at this point with the amount of ground that's controlled by Jetgo. There would have to be an incredible breakout here from Kara. They'd need vehicles to swing around the side and potentially take out a couple of players on the backside of the circle and break up this line that Jetgo have. But I don't think they have the vehicles to do this.
Their wall right now is just about in the next zone, I believe. And they were waiting for this off angle to have to move in further before they could make their move. Now they're establishing their smoke line. They spotted that rotation. There is still a player on that north side who will be taking the shots out, but the smoke train is working. And Kara, for now, have managed to make their first steps into the field.
They're really just giving them a lot of ground here to work with.
5 nades.
I mean, it's close. It's very close to him. They do get unlucky there. They need to wait slightly longer before throwing these nades. They need a knock or two to get this one to work. They have this slight little lip to work with, which is the big thing. Actually, maybe those nades were good. If back jet go off, prevented them from moving too far up. The idea is to keep them so their backs are to the edge of the blue. So when they finally have to peek out, it's not into hard cover. This is actually quite intelligent from Kara. But he does rely on gun skill now.
Merciless could have a big nade opportunity here. They can take Freedom down, but they're all grouped up now on the peak. Doesn't quite connect. They were waiting for Freedom to have to move. They knew he was going to be first up. Hoser dashing away from the nade there, will not take the damage, and they're all still alive. 3 versus 3 now on the open ground, and Jetgo have given them this opening, this opportunity. Lewis folding the buggy back into the rest of the team, gearing up to potentially take more ground. Jetgo laying down a smoke cover as well, and that might give Lewis the chance he needs. Oh, that nade. So close.
Yeah, they're running out of nades right now, so they need Kara to move forward. They need Lewis to scout out exactly where they are. That's why he's in the buggy. He provides the highest point you can be in the vehicle whilst getting the most amount of vision off the back of it. That's why they're saying about the buggy. They do miss the nades now. So he returns back to the fold. They have to rely on gun skill alone. He's still giving across information. Those early nades to keep Jetgo from preventing them from moving up towards the trees, preventing them from using that hard cover for themselves. Super intelligent play coming through from Kara. Now he's just going to go for the rundown. He gets one. He's likely going to go down for this. He's able to hit it off the back. I don't believe what I'm seeing.
Hoser now with a chance to take it down. Last player down in the dirt, and Kara make their way out into the open fields of farm and will destroy their opponents. No wall will hold them. They are unleashed here in a back-to-back chicken dinner, and what a glorious ascent they're making up the tables now.
I mean, for Jetgo, that is some DBS at the end there. I would be really upset when it comes to that. Lewis just gets sick of the scouting and just rocks straight past, gets out, is able to hit the shotgun pellets. Does a lot of damage. I don't think he knocked the second guy with the DPS, but he did 90% of the HP before the rest of the team was able to come in. And he provided such a distraction. There was so much ground covered by Kara. And that is, like you say, the first back-to-back for any team inside the lobby. What a way to end our halfway point.
That is incredible stuff. The elim count, not huge, but I think what they might have got 9 towards the end there, something in that region. A 19-point chicken dinner off of their already huge game last game as well, to be able to find a really, really solid points total. That is something special for Kara. I think they're potentially in second place. They might have an opportunity to be pretty close to Ulf after this, actually.
Yeah, I think that they're likely in third or second place now after that game, because that sets them up to, I guess, probably like 90 points or something. Very, very close to 90 points. Very well played to Kara, though. Yeah, wow. Really good stuff.
I mean, yeah, great opening into the field. But it came back to Jetgo, right? It was a misplay by them, I think, that opened the door for this. Whereas in the last match, I feel like Kara really, played well and generated their own opportunity. This was an opportunity that was given to them by Jetgo, and they successfully took it and played it very well. Yeah. But it was exactly what Jetgo did before, right? On that fight that they could have third-partied between Falcons and S2G, they stood back. They were like, you know what? We're just going to chill and see what happens here. And then they give so much area to that hard cover that you talked about that Kara were just like, oh, well, thank you very much. We'll take those 10 points and your extra 3 elims. It's great. Sure. Feels a little bit lackluster from Jetgo, but as you say, played into their characteristic.
Yeah, I think, again, you're absolutely right, where because Jetgo do not push for more ground, for more space, by the time it gets to that end game, Kara is set up in such a way that they can effectively hold out Jetgo in a really miserable and uncomfortable way. And it's funny because I initially thought those nades weren't great coming out from Jetgo, because they were nowhere near being able to get those shots. But In the meantime, we're going to go to a quick break. I'll be back soon. See you later.
Skibidi Toilet has arrived. New Skibidi Toilet object. Powerful enemies. Thrilling battles. Protect the base. Use WoW's powerful creation tools and build defense towers to your heart's content. Engage in intense battles. Various defense towers. Earn points in battle. Unlock more defense towers. Tons of strategies. Epic battles. Play now.
Welcome back to the PMSL Europe. We are, of course, at our halfway mark. We have just had a back-to-back chicken dinner from Kara that followed up from an amazing 32-point game from Ulf at the start of today. It has been a great day two, and the stories getting told right now are very, very exciting stuff. Unfortunately for a lot of the lobby, though, those stories involve a lot of points being earned. And that makes it so much harder to think about getting towards the top.
I think that right now there is some clear teams that are pulling ahead, which typically happens at the halfway mark, but not quite like this, because I think throughout knockout stage, group stage, it has been relatively even, let's put it that way. But now we're getting into the finals. It definitely feels like we have some teams who have just decided that, hey man, we're getting into that top three whether you like it or not. Those teams being Kara, Ulf, Regnum, Kaya. Three teams that are all doing very, very well. Team Falcons have yet to give up just yet either. I think Team Falcons, just don't quite have that oomph behind them right now to make it work. But they are still making very good decisions throughout the entirety of the game. I am still very impressed by that. And I think Ralph is a great leader for the squad. But yeah, it's just some moments where I'm like, well, I think you had to be slightly more aggressive there, or I think that this requires a little bit more. I mean, even in that position where Redox is on the roof, S2G rolls up, I think it might be Fenerbahce, and he just doesn't take the shot. That confidence is slightly lacking.
Yeah, it's maybe something that they do need to address, do need to work on. As I said before, it's fairly guaranteed that they are going to at least the group stages of PMTC through the Western Europe points bracket. Their only contest at the moment, Anathosis Famagusta, who are way behind. They also, for Falcons, have 136 points as a head start from the spring season finals, obviously winning the entire thing back there. But this is not the look of a defending champion team, right? This is the look of what we saw at PMWC from the Falcons. It's a little bit lack of confidence.
Yeah, a tiny bit, but I still think that there's still a good chance for them to get into at least the top four. We'll see where they end up, because I mean, last season they won it all at the end, but I felt like there was a lot of happy coincidences where some teams were falling behind, some teams were able to keep up the consistency, whereas Team Falcons, one thing that they're very good at is just chugging along. And you're right, John, like you talked about earlier, 6 points a game might not seem a lot, but when some teams are earning 27 points in one match and then 0 points for the rest of the day, that's when you can start to pull ahead by just hitting 6 or 7 points every single game without fail. And I think that that's the difference between a lot of teams and Team Falcon. Unfortunately, now we have Karo, who has been quite consistent today in terms of high placements. Regulum Kai, who's getting on average like 10 points a game. It's tough to keep up with. That's very, very tough to keep up with.
Yeah, there's not much really that can prepare you for that. And that, of course, is the variance that comes with not consistency, but playing these high-scoring gameplay styles. And in general, it's very difficult to keep up with teams that are just outperforming everybody else. A little bit of a jersey swap here between two of our players on stage. And a bunch of flowers. How nice.
Oh, it's very sweet. Very, very sweet indeed. You got Kara there. Oh, Ida loves Kara. That's quite nice. That's quite nice. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's nice from the Turkish teams who are all working together. I mean, I think they're all quite good friends as well, which is good to see. And I mean, for a region that is dominated by mainly Turkish teams, let's be honest, it makes sense that they have quite a tight-knit community.
Yeah, I'm glad to see it. I'm glad that there's good spirits there. And Ida are in contest with them as well for that point spot, even if they don't make the top three in the PMGC points. And it is going to be so interesting to see how those all unfold. You can see in these final moments here, Kara, in these last two games, they have had these final two circles under control. And the MVP, well, that's going to go to Poser. 6 elims, 595 damage. Not as big as the last two games we've seen. I feel like we've kind of been spoiled by those. Still, a good performance.
Yeah, I think that for Poser, he did very well. I think Kara understood what they needed to do in those final moments. And again, I was talking before we went to break, but it was a case of just Jetgo not understanding the importance of their position on the map, where they thought because they had the lineup, they were going to win. But because Kara's able to force them out to the edge of that blue for so long, they were able to gain ground over them. And I think Jetgo mishandled that moment. They need to start sending nades a lot earlier. And even for me in that instance, that's one of those moments where even I'm surprised as an analyst that they were throwing those nades there and didn't quite understand for the first like 3 seconds. And I'm like, oh, wait, this is actually insane play. Yes, you're losing a lot of utility damage, but they didn't really have much choice in that instance. They had to use the nades as a zoning tool as opposed to a damage tool, which is equally as effective. So yeah, very well played. It did require them to have confidence in their ability to finish the game, but they had a buggy, a lot of good scouting capability. Now, Valo with 750 damage there, nice to see from Team Falcons.
Absolutely. You do want to see that representation on there, even if they are putting in these middling games. That's going to still be very important for them and doing the damage to maintain their position. Well, that's how championship scoring is done. However, there are teams that are far outstripping them, and two of them right now today are on this page. Of course, Eren with Ulf, who has been absolutely a maniac on all fronts, on the elims, on the damage counts. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's still going to be top gunslinger, sort of, no matter what, for a good long while. As we take a look at our chicken dinner stats, of course, fairly even across the board. Marceau went down a lot earlier, so it was mostly Lewis Poser, CEO, as three who were able to close down this match, which is a great counterpoint to the previous game, right, where Marceau was doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, again, always doing heavy lifting was Marceau, but it's nice that does get taken back over by the likes of Poser and Lewis, who are both able to do good work on this side. And Marceau gets to relax a little bit after his big shift over on the first Erangel of the day. We do have one more Erangel coming up shortly, which we'll be heading over to soon. And then we'll be heading back over towards Miramar.
That's what we'll be looking for. It's going to be interesting to see how the second half of the day unfolds, right? Given how dynamic for the table specifically today's games have been so far, especially considering Ulf and Kara, the two big standouts here. You've also had strong performances from Regnum Kaya, from Besiktas, who have been sort of earning these small point games, and well, and in a lot of the rest of them, these big point games that you would hope for a top contesting team. We're going to be taking a look at some of the highlights from that last game as well, as we are going to recap what just happened. Was that this? Oh yeah, that was that rooftop that Redox, what you were saying, was a little bit too timid on against S2G.
Yeah, I felt like he could have maybe pushed it a little bit more there. Unfortunately, it's not the case. I think for Redox, he just kind of backs off when I felt like he should have pushed. Navallo taking some good shots this game, but it really was all eyes over towards Kara. PRA somewhat lost this game, weren't really sure where they were meant to be and why, which is sad to see, honestly. This is Jetgo getting hit. I want to watch that. I wanted to see if he hits the DBS shot, because I'm pretty sure he took it down to 90% and it wasn't an instant flush.
I'm not sure. Well, have to go and review the footage later, unfortunately. Kara with 20 elims, 20 points on that game, rather. 10 elims there. A huge back-to-back for them, able to go and add huge amounts of points to their tally so far today. Ulf still getting 10 there, Blank. Still in the double digits on the match. Besiktas with only 3 and Regnum Kaya with 1. Those spots might be within reach of Kara, and I feel like they may have just taken second place here, with Ulf still stretching their legs a little bit.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the overall rankings coming through. Should be on our screens shortly. But yeah, I think mostly a pretty messy game for most teams. No real true winners. Falcons with 11, Ulf at 10, BRA at 8, and Asgard at 7. I think the only real big winners here were Jetgo as well as Kara. But we'll take a look at the overall rankings very shortly. We have to see exactly where people line up. Because again, it's another good game from Ulf. For Regnum Kaya dropping down at 1 point, they weren't able to profit too much off this match.
And there are the overalls. Regnum Kaya holding on to second place there. Ulf still, though, very clearly in the lead on 110. And Kara joining Ulf with 2 chicken dinners on that tally. Besiktas pushed aside, now 10 points behind Kara. And that drop-off is massive down towards Jetgo with 57 in 5th.
Yeah, massively. 57 down to 53 points from Team Falcons. It does drop down a lot. Besiktas gets us still at 70 points. They have been clinging on from those 2 rondos, John. Those 2 rondos have done a lot for them. Put it that way. But yeah, Regnum Kaya, I am surprised that they are still in second place here. Another good game is definitely required. I don't think they had a terrible rotate on that map. I don't think anyone really had too many good positions to play in. Yeah, the second page is looking fairly dire here, John, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's having a bad time towards the bottom, especially. Not good. I think the Noisy Boys is probably the most interesting for me. Obviously, the only competitor playing right now in the East Europe points earning region for the PMGC points. And so far today, they've been cut short time and time again. And the Boars are very happy about this because they currently would be earning that Eastern Europe spot, even though they didn't qualify for these finals. And based on the points, they would be getting that spot. The Noisy Boys, the only team that could take them down a peg. S2G as well, having a tough time still on the second page.
There's our top 4 Grenadiers. Aaron with 5, Falcons with 5, Wild at 4, Wild at 4. I think it's very, very typical for most teams right now to run about 5 total as we go through all of our tournaments. But it is crazy to see. And again, I think actually Aaron picked up a lot of those last match, in fact, because he was going crazy on the nets.
Yeah, he's just up on the tables on all fronts. As we take a look at a head-to-head, 2 of our players who are going to be trying to duke it out with the best of them. Fairly closely matched here, but Marceau with a significant lead on the elims there, 17-12 against Redox from the Falcons.
I mean, for Redox, still doing pretty decently. I mean, 3k damage is actually quite significant over the entirety of the tournament, especially because we've not seen Falcons quite pick themselves up a chicken dinner just yet, John. So 3k damage overall is very nice. And I think that the important thing to look at here is the survival time. Marceau with an average survival time of 2 hours and 46. That's with 2 chicken dinners. But Redox making it smoothly to 2 hours 43 is quite impressive for the Falcons. They have been consistently towards these late games, but have been suffering because it's around about a 6th or a 5th place where they're going out maybe around 20 minutes, but not really earning too much placement points off the back of it.
Yeah, it's something that potentially could be I mean, obviously, Kara just far and away outperforming mostly on today's games. It has to be said. They have really bolstered their metrics based on purely today, whereas the Falcons have been able to accrue those over a longer term. And that's what we talk about with consistency. And the Kara fans in the crowd very happy about this. I think yesterday, the Kara fans, they saw they're being represented here, and the rest of them have joined, and they've really infused Kara with something special so far. So I have an opportunity to maybe go triple on the Aaron girls of the day, as our next match is just around the corner.
That is. We're just getting it prepped and ready to go right now. And this would lead me to believe that it's very soon to be on our screens.
Oh, we have no idea.
And we are leaving teams in the dust now a little bit. I think that as we get towards the, let's say, I think the 12th match, right? I think usually 12th match is when you can start to see the clear front runners and who's going to be the ones that are striking out for those positions at the top side of the table. That's when we can start to really call stuff, which is likely going to be at the last game today going into tomorrow. But we'll set the stakes as we finish those final games. If anything drastic happens, though, then we'll obviously talk about it before then. Drastic for me would mean something like Ulf now in the next 2 games getting a total of 20 points each, in which case, shut it down. 35 grand is theirs.
Yeah, that would be a pretty solid chunk. It would also mean that the Smash victory is a lot harder for a lot of teams, and in general would be less likely to be seeing that overall. Of course, Ulf could claim it, but the fewer teams with the potential to do it, the less chance there is of one occurring, which means that more teams are going to have more games to play overall and increase those PMGC points totals as well.
Yeah. So top 3 teams will be going through to the gauntlet from PMSL EU. So again, you're trying to get towards that top 3 because the gauntlet is unreal, right? That's how most teams are going to be getting through to the final stage and bypassing a lot of the nitty gritty in between of PMGC. I don't think it's going to be the case. There is a slight ruling in here, but I don't think it's going to be a case for any of our teams at the top, which is if a team makes it through to the PMGC gauntlet stage through their position here in PMSL EU Fall, then their group stage slot will be given to the next best non-group stage qualified team in the tournament. So I think that would be the case for the Falcons. So Falcons came 3rd, they would go to the gauntlet, and then 4th place would go through to the group stages instead of them.
I'm not entirely sure on that. It might be regional based. We'll have to double check actually on how it's all transferring down to make sure that we are clued in for tomorrow, because there's a lot of moving parts. A lot of teams can make a difference here, and they will have a chance to do so in our double-digit kickoff game. We are into match number 10, our final Erangel of day 2, and potentially... Oh, wait, no. We have to see at least one more Erangel. I was going to say potentially our final Erangel of the tournament, but assuming that someone breaks that smash boundary in match 1, we will have to see an Erangel, and then see it 1. Potentially our penultimate Erangel. There you go. Yeah. Match 10.
I believe that is how it works, though, John. The group stage slot, I mean, the rule book says their group stage slot will be transferred to the next best non-group stage qualified team. So I imagine it doesn't matter about those regional points. So it would just be, for instance, if that team came 3rd or 1st or 2nd, it would just go to the 4th place team in this tournament.
Okay. That's that does seem to be accurate based on what we're reading, but we'll double check. We'll get the lawyers on it, you know? We don't want to make any...
in the rule book?
Any presumptions. Well, it could be that it'll only, like, next highest PMSL 4 rankings team based
that's
on
what I'm
their
saying.
region.
Like, it's next,
it could be
next
unsaid.
best non-group stage qualified. So non-group stage qualified. So that would mean they didn't qualify. I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's a little bit murky, and I will definitely want clarification before we go ahead and make any claims. Are we going to see more hot drops? No, because Anathosis Famagusta back up to Kameshki split. They will be on the north side. Circle goes out to the west, so no military island shenanigans here, and no bridge camping from Anathosis at least. Maybe from IWNRX against the south team of the Noisy Boys.
Western Circle, though. It's a nice change of pace for a lot of teams. I think we've seen a lot of Eastern Circles so far. A lot of teams having to play down towards Sosnovka too. So there's definitely a nice bit of new scenery for the teams to play in. But it does mean new rotations to contend with. Might cause some problems for some of our squads. You'd hope not.
I mean, if it's causing problems, then they shouldn't be here, really, frankly. Maybe anything that's newly developed could, but generally, everyone's played this map thousands of times. Some tens of thousands of times, I'm sure. And they will be familiar with this area. You'd hope, anyway. You'd hope. But someone's got to win it in the end. Ulf, certainly winning right now on the tables. Breaking fast, and they normally dropping down towards the south side of Rozhok, playing around that school apartment sort of area. Looks like they're going to continue to do so. Grabbing the loot, grabbing the vehicles as we reach our 3rd minute.
Regnum Kari here. This is a big game for them, I would say, to catch back up to Ulf, because there's no reason why Ulf can't get another good game here. And the way things are going, they're on a 10+ average point per game at the moment, which is fairly significant. I mean, if we're to be exact,
I mean, if you include this game,
it's 11.2.
11.2.
Yeah, which is nice. And I think that for Regnum Karya, though, that means that they're going to need to somewhat profit like 20 points in the next few games, really pump up that point scoring to sit even with them, because there are now teams hot on their heels. Remember, it's the top 3 that's going to go through to the gauntlet. So I think that you're slightly worried now, but I do think the big 3 is probably Ulf, Regnum Karya, and Kara, right?
Yes, it would seem so. I think the Falcons are maybe that outside chance, but you're talking about a 30-point drop there. Besiktas, I think, would be a bit of a turn-up if they were able to get up into the top 3 here, right? I don't think it was expected that they would be in contention coming into this tournament. They've obviously got some strong players on board, but the fact that they are in 4th and within striking distance of any of the, of the 2nd and 3rd place teams, I think Besiktas are this outside chance here, but the drop-offs beneath that are going to start to get more and more daunting as time goes on. It's going to need big games. It might need the start of tomorrow's Rondo to add on up and change things around.
back in Zaki once again for Fenerbahce.
Great. Love that for them. I hope they're having a good time in Zaki.
I mean, BRA, I just don't know what happened to this team. It has been rough for them. S2G down towards Primos, attempted to get over towards that north side. Very much a Gaka-focused circle right now. Regnum Kari are playing in pursuit on that northeast edge coming out from Watertown. Ulf's going to be late to the circle this time around, though. It's one of the first times in a while we've seen Ulf not close towards the center of the circle early.
I mean, the center of the circle here is Gatka Fields, though, which isn't necessarily the nicest area to play around. There's something to be said for waiting for Zone 2 on this one, to be making a little bit more of an inroad in with more certainty as to where you're going to need to go. If you send into one of those positions in the middle of Gatka Fields, then it's going to be so hard with everybody crunching in around you as well to make your next move. So could potentially be wise, but we'll see if it pans out for them. Compounds are starting to get full.
And I think there's a lot of comfortable areas in this circle, though. Most players want to play central at the moment because you want to confirm down towards fielded area. And it's frustrating to have to play on the south here because if you want to take one of the strong compounds on the south and it moves north, it means you are pushing through the field very, very quickly. Everyone knows that moving through fields is basically a shooting gallery for a lot of other teams. So not typically what you want to do here. So I do respect that a lot of teams decided to go central on this one. Up towards the top of Everest, you have Asgard.
That's the wrong mythology. What's going on there? It's supposed to be the Greek gods up top there, not the Norse ones.
That's Mount Olympus.
Yeah, exactly. They're at the top of the mountain.
This is Everest.
Yeah, look, I know that. They're different. They're different mountains with different names. But I'm talking about the mountain is the key part here.
Be
not the name.
correct.
Oh my days.
Be realistic, John.
Oh dear.
Don't tell me they're up the wrong mountain, and then you don't even say the right mountain.
What are you talking about?
It's just rude.
Okay, all right, fine. Either way, Asgard not at the top of a mountain, so still not in the right place. What are you doing?
Well, they are at the top of the mountain right now.
No, they are, but Asgard isn't. You know, no, like Asgard is on top of the mountain, but Asgard isn't on a mountain.
Yeah.
Besiktas are on a mountain, though. They definitely are. They're putting two of their players up the top to try and contest at range along the spine of the thing. Not getting too close to one another, and no real huge push for other teams to get involved with it just yet either. So unless one of them finds a pick, I don't imagine this to be changing fair anytime super quickly.
Optimus taking shots. But nothing found just yet. I think it's a difficult circle to really call right now because there are so many prominent areas that it could go to and where it causes a problem. I mean, this is not enjoyable for most squads. I mean, the fact that it doesn't go down towards the southwest side means that you can't really confirm over towards Quarry anymore. So you're going to have an even worse time of it. You're playing around the fields mostly, trying to get towards chopsticks. This is going to be a fairly choppy game indeed for a lot of our squads.
I mean, you're already seeing a lot of knocks coming up in that Elim feed on the left-hand side of the screen there. 2 players down, or further knocked, and it looks like S2G are going to be able to confirm that. Solke picking up a second point for themselves, able to extract value from 2 teams. They drive on by. You once more, there's a Zell potentially under danger, and Solke finds it. Goodness me. Another down and out in the open.
Okay. I have to hit the deck. BRA. Zell gets knocked. I don't know. Where is he going? He's left his squad to deal with Eden.
For sure.
Please, guys, listen to my ideas. They're good ideas.
Yusuf has to hop out the window. He's burning. And Rookie is going to get taken down in response. And Yusuf actually hopping out. Did save his life there. Besiktas really struggling on their descent.
Okay.
But an aid in for Boran. Gives them a little bit of breathing room. However, that is not going to be super long lasted. As the rest of Xlay moving in. 3 players now in operation against him. Yusuf up on the balcony. A nade up high from beyond the grave. Is he finding it? No, of course he's not. And Xlay stay alive. Is anyone else around to maybe take this to task? I don't think so. Asgard maybe next in the queue, but Regnum Kaya are now in a scrap.
Getting this place on lock early, very nice. You typically want to take this building. The fact that they can get behind Ida right now, start doing a lot of damage over towards that team is a really big news. You remove this from Ida, you can play comfortably with S2G in front of you. Yes, this isn't the best of positions for yourself, but it will work out, and you can assault S2G later, considering that Solke has just completely abandoned the team. Finally, he came towards him, he backed off. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, Matcap spotted by Ulf across the way. You can see their high ground has oversight on this fight. Kelsey also taking shots in through the crossfire. The rest of S2G as well. Very, very central around Gatka. And they are going to be able to keep this under control for a long, long while. The question is who's going to be able to take this more central compound, because Ida are getting pushed against the wall time and time again. Regnum Kaya corralling them in and actually forcing them to take just the one building now remaining as they take the bottom of Chopsticks.
A lot of players down already. Circle moves further towards the southwest, again encompassing more of that field. There is a good compound actually on the northeast side of Quarry that Jetgo look to be going to take right now. Fenerbahce also close. S2G, Solke still scouting towards that south side, has yet to re-involve himself with the team. I think he is heading back towards them now. It's just so dangerous what he's doing.
It's on a secret mission. Trying to isolate, secure some random off-angle elims, you know? Why not? Well, because it's so dangerous, that's why not. But for now, circles are still helping. A lot of players lining up in those Chopsticks now. I think we've got 3 teams in residence, or, well, either just above them. So not really playing in the gutters like the rest of them, but having their trials and tribulations even so. So 2 teams playing that western Chopstick now, with Regnum Kaya fending off Fapra Supermassive still on that north side. More central to the circle. I mean, this is a chance for S2G. This is a chance for Falcons as well, in the middle of this circle, to start to open up, add some elims to their tallies.
Yeah, you are somewhat locked in at this point.
Ooh.
Yo. Good shot around the side. I think he's living this versus TMB. Sliver of HP tries to finish one last one off. But TMB will finish that fight. And Kara get away with that one with 3 elims. It's not a terrible result, but is it going to keep you in the top 3? Yeah. Besiktas is out. Jetgo is going to have to chase a long way. So, all things considered, Kara's now fine.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a 30-point game for Falcons? I don't think so. With 3 players, they are in the middle, sure, but yeah, even if they get a chicken dinner here, I don't think it's possible. So their 3rd place should be fairly secure. Besiktas in 4th, a little bit less secure, but would require some big games from the 3 teams beneath them. I think the big thing here is Regnum Kaya and their pursuit of Ulf at the top of the table, right? 85 points up to 112. It's a big gap. But if Regnum Kaya put a big dent in it, they'll have a good time. However, Ulf is very central, and they have 3 players alive. So, you know, it's a tough task, even at the best of times.
I don't really know how Ulf is still alive. I imagine they're going to be going down at some point. I mean, it's not been the easiest approach for them in towards the circle right now. I was also very surprised, probably just as surprised you were, that Xlay got away with that full squad wipe and then resetting Gatka. I think everyone else was way more concerned with getting to any kind of position on the map, but Gaka wouldn't have been a bad spot to pick up. It will be now, though, as we head far down towards the south. And that compound I was talking about earlier that Jetgo was picking up now becomes a really prominent position. A lot of teams would like that purely because it gives you a huge amount of control over towards your eastern side. Your back is covered by the mountainside. You don't really have to worry about that. And this 180 in front of you has so much vision to all the teams coming in from the east.
This is real tricky circle for a lot of our teams on the north side, and fights are going to have to conclude. Ulf, hey, they've still got 3 players alive. They haven't got an Elam yet, but that might change as Fenerbahce trying to bear down upon them, or rather getting forced away from bearing down upon them. Savian not just yet in, but the nades to open the bidding. Not going to find anything just yet. Healing needing to come through from Ulf, so they're not responding for the moment. S2G, though, from the north side. Here comes Solke. Poking his nose in. Giving them a scouting angle. Goodness me. Papa Supermassive tried to transition. It goes terribly.
Yeah, I mean, I am somewhat sad about Papa Supermassive's performance here in the finals. They looked so good in the knockout stages. Some really clean fights as well. I think that was the main thing that I was impressed by, is that their mechanical skill and just the way that they played off one another was really good. I think they just haven't had that same confidence coming into today, sadly, or coming into the finals in general. But a lot of teams having to make some crazy moves down south. Xley almost gets ahead of Regnum Kari on their rotate and is forced to chase.
Eren down, and Fenerbahce continue their siege of the Ulf building. There are some off angles here, and IWNRX could jump on in, but Eren gets flushed, and actually that's Ulf eliminated, 112. So Regnum Kaya with a chance here to gain a huge amount of ground, but their position is not super favourable to it, and they're in a fight themselves right now. You can see Storm with 3 players on Bra alive, Regnum Kaya right next to them. They've actually managed to make their way into the building, but they are right outside with danger knocking at the door. It's a tough position to play. The Falcons moving over, maneuvering towards Bra, might slow things down here.
Yeah, it's a ridiculously quick cleanup on the side of Ulf. That is a sad angle. Through the window, BRA are across the way from them. I imagine they will use a lot of utilities just to get towards this position, though, so I think Regnum Kari is okay for now. But with Ulf out, Kara out, Besiktas out, this is a really good game for Regnum Kari to start picking up points from. Good nade from Narvalo.
Moving in. Thought he could hop in the window. No, there's fire on the other side. Need to be more careful than that. But he steps up and he will pick up that point either way. Regnum Kaya just waiting. And they have managed to get a lot of healing on board. They did take a knock. I think they've res that now. S2G thinking about how to get in as well. They've been going this way, that way on the north side. And we'll see where they opt to try and crash in towards. Because at the moment, the Jetco compound, I mean, it's a good position, but oh my God, that south shift is harsh to everybody.
Yep, no one's enjoying this. I think Asgard actually have a really good chance at this game, just purely because they'll be able to control a lot of this high ground on looking over towards so many teams. For Regnum Karya, at this point, they somewhat want to split. But because Mars is already set up on this northwest side, they have to wait. This S2G is going to make the mad dash first. Solke immediately moving over towards Mars' spot, hoping that there isn't any team here, but Asgard have been forced out onto the edge for such a long time, and now this works out for them.
S2G trying to find a way in. They're still playing as 4, but they are really out in the cold right now. They're going to push in towards Asgard. They're going to go for the wide sweep. Koa going to challenge and see what they can find, but Solke's already down. Regnum Kaya, all in one car, all in one vehicle, are getting out of there. No one's challenging them. Nobody's shooting at the blank. They're making it all the way to the hill.
I don't know how that's possible. Actually, I do know why that's possible. It's because Asgard is preoccupied with S2G right now.
Wow. So
Regnum Kari is able to just squeeze on in, and everyone else is taking their own fights. Everyone else is currently preoccupied. Adathosis can't take shots. They have no sight lines. Papara Supermassive can't see this. Jetgo couldn't see this happen. That is an insanely tight rotate you have to make, and they pick Central off the back of it. They had to have heard fighting on the western side, and they had to assume there was only one team that was daring enough to be on this western side in the first place, because it was not a great spot up until this point. So they just had to make the gamble. They just assumed that there was one team on that western side, the only team there. If they're fighting, we can make the wrap. Incredible.
That is unbelievable, really. And Asgard have lost a lot of power here as well, because they've been bogged down in this fight with S2G and allowed Regnum Kaya miraculously to get on through. The fact that they all did it in one vehicle as well, I mean, I hate it. I hate it so much. And congratulations to them for making it, but goodness me, that was dangerous to the max.
I mean, technically it was dangerous, but I think when all things considered, it wasn't that bad for them. Honestly, I think that they had thought about all the risks. Yes, this one team sees them, but in that instance, there is no sight lines that can look at them. It's a brave move. Asgard now looking down towards Regnum Kaya right now, and they do need to start taking shots at a couple other teams. They lost one player and they tried to cut off Asgard on this southwest side, which is definitely an interesting approach from Regnum Kaya, now down to just 2. They give up a lot of their presence off the back of that.
Yeah, they moved, I think, 3 players out to the west side there. They had a central position. They were like, oh, let's just stop Asgard rotating. But they got caught. And now they're down to 2 players, and they are both out on this western side. So instead of being in the middle, that's where IWNRX find themselves. And they now have to fend off against 4 players from Asgard, who are bearing down upon them, and Falcons to the north as well.
Yeah, I think for Regnum Kaya, the thought process is that it's likely a fight like that on the northwest side. It's not clean for either team. But for Regnum Kaya, they are out and done. Asgard does a marvelous job to hold out S2G the way they did, and then instantly wrap down towards that south side.
It will be a bit of a downer on that miraculous rotation, really, for Regnum Kaya, because that felt really cool. That felt like, you know, big point earning kind of rotation, but now it's been marred quite heavily, which is unfortunate. You don't love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand the thought process, though. It's under the assumption that Asgard's going to be a weakened team at 3 or 2 players. It's under the assumption that Fenerbahce's not going to be taking random shots at you without little information on anyone else in the circle. But that's Regnum Kaya to a T. Everything they do is based off assumptions coming through from Silas. And usually his assumptions are very good, but his assumptions can only go so far when teams start making plays that lie outside of the norm, right?
Yeah, it can be excusable once in a while. Sometimes Silas has a misfire.
Yeah. It's like when there's only 110 left in the pack of cards and you're playing blackjack and you hit it on 17. You don't think that 10 is going to turn up, but it does. Unfortunately, you go bust in those situations. But in reality, it is the correct thing to do, right? You just get ruined by a little bit of bad luck.
Yeah, well, yeah. In the end, they do go down. So no gain on Ulf. It was a pretty golden opportunity for them to put a huge dent in that first place barrier, that boundary. But opportunity will not be afforded to them now. So who's on the cards to try and make their ascension here? I mean, Asgard, they've been doing pretty well. Falcons also needed an opportunity here. And with a lot of the heavy hitters already eliminated here, Blank, this is a chance to earn a lot of points on a match.
Well, hopefully for some teams, I think the difficulty is because this has been such a gruesome circle for so many squads. You can see that it's quite evenly spread between teams in terms of the eliminations. I mean, all the way down to TMB with 2, IWRX we've got 4. Teams have gone up like Fenerbahce with 5 points already, Xley at 7. But yeah.
Ooh. Redox nearly able to dispatch Asgard in whole, but they will remain. And not just in part, but they will stay as 4. With 10 eliminations now on the west side. They've run through plenty of teams. I mean, S2G delivered them a whole free load of loot. And then they had that good fight with Regnum Kaya to take a whole bunch of them. And now the Falcons have fallen before them. So who will be able to take on Asgard itself on this western edge? IWNRX, I mean, they're basically where Regnum Kaya would have been.
Yeah, I mean, IWNRX make they go for a bit more of a passive play. Understandable, considering their points. They know they need a chicken dinner here if they want any chance of catching up towards the top of the lobby. And even then, it would require Ulf not to get the smash ruling up until... and basically, it would just require them not to get the smash ruling full stop. They'd have to go to match 6 and give plenty of time for teams to catch up. Yeah, I think... I don't blame IWNRX for going for this and not trying to be too aggressive. They don't want to miss out on those 10 points.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's a difficult decision to make, and I mean, on the Turkey points, I still think they're going to be way behind. It's going to be so difficult. As Jekko rolls up, takes the last player of X-Slay with 4 elims and 4 teams remaining. Pretty good result for Jetco, all things considered. The compound that they held, obviously, on that first big south shift. Very strong, very powerful. Maybe a little bit less than they would have liked, but IWNRX looking to end their game. Will be denied that opportunity as he wraps around the headland. That honor, instead... Oh, no, it was taken by IWNRX. They had a player further up to close that one down. So 5 elims there. We're down to 3 teams.
Asgard with a pretty hefty points total right now. At 10 elims overall. Akron, though, wanting for meds. Really not much to go around here. Level 3 helmets on some of them. Anathosis also still in this game with Spike, Bagdazada, and Mellors, but no default. Went down earlier in the game. He's the heavy hitter of the squad as well, so losing him early might affect their chances at a chicken dinner.
Certainly could. I'm playing as 3, yeah, on this southeast boundary. Sure, they've got this ridgeline. But it is a little bit choking when you have to move. Asgard, they have a downhill in front of them, which makes it really difficult to make an approach with Anathosis Famagusta's position still in action. And you can see that's why they're thinking about this north flank quite a lot. But with that south shift, I mean, they could head on down. Don't let it fool you. The minimap is saying there's a building in. There is not a building in this next circle. That is a little bit further south of where we're sitting.
Yeah, a lot of these player icons on the minimap are not where they say either. Slightly off to the right.
Slightly offset.
So but all these teams quite worried to go up against each other here, I think. Because they don't have the points to spare. And that is something that's definitely afforded to you as a team like Ulf, where you are so many points ahead that you can afford to take risks like this, knowing that likely you are going to remain in that top 3. And be going through to the gauntlet.
NRX, they're right on the doorstep. Asgard more preoccupied with taking out tires, but now they've been signaled. The flares have been lit and they will be in for the fight, but unfortunately the opener is good. 1 down now. Sefkan is there, but that's an immediate response. An immediate second knock as well over towards Kakali. And now Kain is wondering where his team have just gone. On the forefront, you can see Swain on the back lines trying to keep things real. And Anathosis Famagusta got a strike while the iron's hot here, actually moving Mellors into position. A big nade, but Asgard are like, who do you think you are? Stepping onto our turf. There's no way you're allowed in here. They turn around, all 3 of their players that are still up, still ready for the fight, just push on through, and you cannot make an entrance there. They have the wherewithal to do it, but Spike gets the flush, and Asgard are busted down to 3.
That's a really big nade from Spike. From the back lines, will take down Swain as well. Mars does spot over towards him. Shot sent back. IWNRX. Frozen just gives his life, pretty much. Really, all he got off the back of that was a bit of information. It's a good nade over towards Spike there. It could have shut down Anathosis' push, leaving only 1 player left remaining on the high ground, which is Vagnazada. They're going to go for the res, though. This is bold.
No.
Very, very bold.
but we've seen him. He has the tree for cover, and his teammates will be there on the ridgeline to give him suppression fire. Spike, though, spots it. And the rest of the team, where do they go? Asgard got taken out of the running, and now it's a 2 versus 2. Kain and Vagnazada trading across the open hilltop. But Vagnazada goes lower, has to back off for the heal. No first aid for Kain, only the bandages and the stims ticking him up. Waiting for the angle, doesn't quite have it.
IWNRX versus Anathos is a 2v2 in stage 9. Quite nice there. Looking at Asgard, as they went down, it was all fist bumps around. They didn't really mind. They went down in third place. They were very happy with how that game turned out. But Anathos getting 10 elims off the back of this match. Could be a good nade over towards Kain. A little bit far, but the Molotov will force him back. And instantaneously, he takes the bullets, leaving just Kakali on a wide wrap.
Don't think they know where he is. Spike, though, is going to find out now because the spray down's there, but it's going wide, it's going wide. Finally, he tags it, but the blue zone's doing the work. And now Vagnazada has the opportunity to try and take him down, but again, he stays too long in the blue, and he's just going to go down to it if he tries to play around like this. Spike spots him. He knows exactly where he is. Vagnazada with a nade out wide, and he only needed to blow on him, and immediately he falls down. It's a crazy close down, but it's Anathos' Famagusta from the inside to be able to put up big numbers here and find the chicken dinner, denying IWNRX.
Goodness, I mean, IWNRX had a real set of moments there, let's call it that. Frozen just flying into Asgard for no apparent reason, immediately goes down. Right at the end, I mean, Kakali had a really wide wrap. I think both players need to play a little bit slower. Kakali need to step up a little bit sooner, deny that Molotov, deny that nade coming through. And even when Kakali did step up, it was, I don't know, it feels mean, but it was a pretty bad spray.
Yeah, it was too slow, right?